Welcome to the Girls Play STEAM Summit. Hi, I'm Ingela Thornton, founder and executive director of the Girls Play Chicago. I'm delighted that each and every one of you chose to join us for 2 days of what we believe will be fun, interactive discovery of science, technology, engineering, art, and math, the STEAM industries. For over 25 years, I've had a career in television production as a producer, camera person, and stage manager. During my career, I've mentored high school and college students as they explored opportunities in the television industry. Seeing these young women grow in confidence and excel in the production field has been my greatest joy. The Girls Play Chicago is an extension and continuation of that mission. In introducing great young ladies ages 7 to 14 to STEAM industries, the team and I hope that it sparks and nurtures your curiosity in science, technology, engineering, art, and math. That you recognize your talents and that you all embrace your uniqueness on your journey towards living successful lives. During the summit, you'll meet girls your age who are authors, illustrators, and young coders. You'll learn about production editing, have fun with finish the line lyrics and trivia games. And finally, we will take you on 2 virtual field trips. The first to Cameroon, Africa, to learn dance steps from 10 regions of that country. And our last field trip, we're going to Malcolm X College to visit their medical teaching facility. It's a hospital simulator. I hope you're ready to have a fun virtual adventure. So let's get started. And once again, welcome to the Girls Play Chicago Steam It Out Summit. And welcome.
Yes, thrilling to be back.
This is day 2 of our summit.
Absolutely. Yesterday was absolutely amazing. And we'd like to thank all of our incredible guests for all of the fun that we had. We had Kennedy and Dominique with their book, Little Black Pearls, for little black girls. And we had Gio for the finish line and the trivia game, and that was so much fun.
Yes, it was. The girls didn't look like they wanted to end that.
Oh yeah. And finally, getting our dance on, little Cameroonian groove. It was absolutely amazing for the virtual trip to Africa. That was awesome. Yes. So today is going to be amazing as well.
You know what? We're so excited.
Yes.
And so without further ado, I think we want to get right into it.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Let's do that.
So one of our directors, Erica Callahan, will be moderating our first keynote speaker friendship panel with some great coders and screenwriters. So Erica, we're going to hand it off to you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Erica, and as Angela said, I am one of the directors of Girls Play Chicago, and I'm very happy to be with you this morning to introduce you to Jada, Anaya, and Yana. Did I say those names?
Yes.
Great. Good morning. How are you guys?
Good.
Good. So I wanted to give you all the opportunity to introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do. Let's start with Ayana.
Well, I am, first of all, a wife to 1, a mother of 4 children, and I'm a homeschool educator, which means that now that a lot of kids are doing school at home, I've been doing that since my kids were younger. So I've been educating the kids at home, and it's been an unexpected but exciting journey.
I'm Anaya. I'm 14 years old. I'm a student of hers, so I've been homeschooled my whole life, which has been interesting, but I guess it's prepared me for COVID, so that's always great. And I have 3 siblings.
Yes, my name is Jada Murray. I'm 16 years old. Like Anaya, and I'm here, I'm a student of her class as well. But I'm an illustrator and also an author of a comic and a coder and many other things that we'll elaborate upon later in the day. So.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you guys so much for joining us. I'm so excited to dive into your presentations and see what you guys have prepared for us. But before we do that, talk to us a little bit about your friendship and how your friendship has kind of enabled what you do together in the coding space? Like, how do you guys play off of each other's strengths and weaknesses, and how does friendship play into what you do?
Well, I guess my sister and I have made a couple of apps together, and she's an artist, and I did the most of the coding for our apps. So it helps when we both know each other's strengths, as in she does art, and we can kind of combine them together to make a really cool thing. Also, we can communicate well since we're siblings. We know each other very well, so I know what she's lacking, and I'm like, Jada, get it done. So that's
And
always
vice
good.
versa, so.
Yeah.
That's so good. And I think that I have two girls too. I always tell them that sisters are friends, like sisters are your first best friends. So if you learn how to navigate sisterhood, then you learn how to navigate friendships too, because the friendship, I firmly believe that your sisters are your very, very, very first best friends. So I'm glad to see that you guys are working together, learning together, and loving together, and able to do those checks and balances and keep each other in check when you're trying to get things done.
Mm-hmm.
Great. So let's jump into the presentations. I think Jada, you're up first, and yours is on coding,
I think
or is it the other way around?
it was the other way around. Now I was supposed to.
I can go.
Okay.
first.
Okay.
Oh, righty. Let me see. There we go. So let me just get this started. Can you hear me? So I started coding at a pretty young age. I was about 10, 8. My mom always wanted us to do some sort of coding, and I started off with Scratch. It's a block code, and it's pretty easy. It was made by MIT, a couple of students at MIT. That's always cool. So my presentation for you today is for those who are interested in not only technology, but other types of things that you love doing as well. So I have a lot of multiple interests. I love acting, I love modeling, I love dancing, and I love working on a team. A lot of people might think that you have to choose whether you do theater, whether you do coding, whether you do technology, but you don't, because technology is everywhere. It's in the movies you watch, it's in the games that you play, it's in the artwork that you see and animations that you watch in movies. It's also in TikTok, Snapchat, and Zoom. So it's everywhere. Now I want to give you some examples. Celebrities, they do a lot. They not only act, they can sing, but they write books. They go out of their comfort zones, and Dwayne Johnson, aka The Rock, he was a pro wrestler, but he sings and does voice acting as well, which is amazing. And Selena Gomez just launched her own makeup line. So one way that I included technology with my love for acting and theater is I wrote a play. I wrote a play, and it's called A Closed Circuit. It's about a girl named Alexis, and she joined her school's robotics team, which was an all-boys robotics team. So it was a challenge for her to be accepted. But through the play, you see how she overcomes obstacles and becomes part of the team. So one of the ways that you can include technology in all that you do is to find a problem. And let's just say you love to cook, but you can never find recipes. Well, what if you wrote an app that was just all about recipes, where people could just go up and search, oh, I want to make cookies, and it'll give you a whole list of cookies. So also, maybe if you were a pianist and you can't remember the keys that you're playing, well, you can make an app that listens to your piano and can tell you exactly what key you're playing. So it's all about thinking outside of the box and going out of your comfort zone to trying something new. Um, my sister and I and a friend were a part of a Code Crew hackathon, and that's definitely something to check out. Code Crew is based in Tennessee. However, they do online classes, so definitely check them out because they have a lot of good stuff. So I'm going to play this video for you all. And this is a visual novel app that my sister and friend made, and we'll explain what it is in the video. Let's see.
And I am in the 9th grade.
My name is Jonathan Sherrill. I'm 13 years old and I am in the 8th grade.
The app we're presenting to you today is called Walk in My Shoes, Raising Awareness and Change. We're showcasing this through the medium of a visual novel.
The purpose of this game is to give the player an experience of a day in the life of a Black man in America. Throughout his day, we will highlight various ways of how modern-day racism can show its face. I was a co-director and storyline creator for this game.
I was another co-director and worked on the storyline as well.
I was the lead art director.
We are using MIT App Inventor for this project. It consists of block code.
Now, on to the game.
Upon opening the app, we have the title screen. Clicking the Start Game button, we move on to the character selection screen. Currently for this version of the game, we only have one path available to play. Other paths will be unlocked after future endeavors with this concept.
All right, so if you watch, so in the video, it was basically on social justice. So we did a visual novel, which is basically a story, but in a game format. So it's more interactive with the people who are playing it, and it's a great way to bring about change and to show your point of view. We used MIT App Inventor for that. So for anyone who wants to start off coding, that is definitely something to check out. It's on YouTube, a lot of tutorials. They use block code, same as Scratch. So you can just drag and drop and the code is behind that. So it's kind of a great way to get introduced into code. For people who really want to try visual novels, Tyranno Builder is a great one. It's kind of like block code, just drag and drop. This one costs money. MIT App Inventor does not. This is $15 on a Steam account. So I definitely check that out as well. So what I want you to know is you can do it all. Whether you are a writer, whether you play video games or make video games, whether you sing, whether you cook, or whether you dance, you can add technology into whatever you do. So I want you guys on this call to brainstorm ideas and find problems in everyday instances, whether you are a singer, whether you just like to perform in front of people. Find problems that you think you'd want to fix using using technology. So you can write down about 2 or 3 ideas. You can type them in the chat, I believe, if you want to, and I'll give you about 5 minutes to do that. Or 3, 2 minutes? 2 minutes is good.
Asking this question.
So ideas such as, I'll give examples here. Let me see, I think I have examples. Let me find my slides. So examples such as this, maybe if you like doing gymnastics, a lot of girls don't know how to get their splits. So maybe you made an app where you show different stretching exercises, and you do a panel where you can see your progress, and that's one way you would solve that problem. Or maybe like the piano, finding different keys, or just something that you haven't seen before but that you would like to try out. So karaoke, different types of things that you like doing. Find your interests and find something that you can do with technology to bring it in. All right, I'll give you 1 more minute. Yes, so for handstands, you can maybe create an app that gives step-to-steps on how to perfect your handstand. So stuff like that is great. Yes, learning how to cook. There's master classes. So people have made apps with all types of famous cooks teaching you step-by-steps, all sorts of things. So that's awesome.
What about one if someone wants to be a singer and they just don't know how to hit those right notes? You know, somebody out there make an app to help those people that need to be able to hear the that would be good.
I agree. That's a great one.
All right, I think that's it. So if you have any questions, you can reach out to me on Instagram, Facebook, email, or phone. So just remember, any technology, you can always add technology into what you do. You never have to be inside of one box and choose one thing to do. A part of STEAM is all the arts. You can do technology with it. So never put yourself in a box, but go out of it and do what you love. So I'm going to switch over to Jada.
Okay, let's see if anyone has any questions for you before we switch over. Any questions for Jada girls? I have a question. So sometimes kids who are really into art are not as into technology. Were you always naturally interested in technology, or was that something that developed over time?
I wasn't really interested in technology. That was more my mom because Jada was into it. And I was like, all right, kids, all of you are signed up now. So it was more of a, well, your sister does it, so why not you do it too and just gain skills because though you may love one thing, that might not work out. And technology is always something that you can lean on to.
Absolutely, absolutely. One of the girls does have a question. There's a couple questions that have come through.
What apps do you enjoy the most?
Yeah.
As in just in general or for coding? Apps?
For coding.
For coding, MIT App Inventor is definitely one thing. And the reason why I like that is because they have an app that they made where you can test it out on your phone. So it's a cool way to see, oh, wow, I'm actually creating something really cool. Another thing is code.org. That's a cool coding platform where you can learn, as well as Solo Learn that teaches you the coding languages, which is also a cool thing to learn as well.
Awesome. And then it looks like, is it hard from coding? I think maybe the question is it hard to, maybe is it hard to start coding, or is coding hard to get in? Okay.
It depends on what you're trying to make. If you just want to start off and you're like, hey, I want to create something like Facebook, then that would be challenging. But if you want to start off, hey, I want my little character to go from A to B, then there are programs that will teach you how to do that and you build on it. There's a lot of problem solving in coding though. So something might not work and you have to figure out, oh no, what went wrong? And you have to scour everything. So I think that anybody can learn coding. You just have to have the right programs and then you'll take off from there.
And I'll jump in because with the Scratch, which was developed by MIT, it is for kids, but they use it in college to teach coding. So it is so basic and simple, and I would encourage all beginners to definitely check out Scratch or code.org. It's great for young kids starting as early as maybe, what would you say, 6 or 7, you know, so, and college kids are doing this too with the same program. So it's perfect the way that they designed it.
Amazing, amazing. Any other questions from the girls on the call?
Awesome. Yes. Keep on doing code.org.
Yes, for sure.
Nice. Okay. I think that was all the questions. So let's move on to Anaya.
Or Jada.
Or Jada. Sorry.
Right.
Yes. All right. So what if everyone you talk to assumed that because of your age, you couldn't do anything? Now, for me, my age has always been something that people were surprised about, mainly because of my tall stature and the way that I carried myself. There are a lot of negative mindsets towards young people. I've heard things like, oh, she can't do it, she's too young, or you sure you want to do it? It's pretty hard for someone your age. That kind of mindset, frankly, is insulting to your potential and your ability to do things as a child. Kids of any age are more than capable of doing anything in this world. That's why my dreams were to become an artist, a video game developer, a programmer, a writer, just everything. I wanted to do everything. When I first started going to hackathons, I was always the youngest in the room. Now, what are hackathons? Hackathons are events where programmers come together and collaborate on projects. Maybe it lasts for a day, or it goes for like a weekend, or 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, however long. They're deciding to code for a long period of time. And my mother had to convince people to let me participate, but thankfully almost everyone did. And since then, I've now had a lot of experience with computer science due to these groups letting me in at a young age. And I've been able to push past the age barrier to pursue my own goals and dreams. When you are passionate about something and given the opportunities to achieve the things that you want to do, you can do anything. So since I've started out in technology when I was young, I've been able to complete a lot of projects since then. And I'm going to show you a couple of examples real quickly. Let's see, somebody has a YouTube question before I show. Let's see, how long have you been coding for? I have been coding for 6 years because I started out when I was 10. So it's been 6 years since then. And that just goes to show that you really can start out when you are young. And Anaya, she's 2 years younger than me. So she started out when she was 8 doing coding. So we were itty bitty. We were itty bitty. So one quick second as I shared my screen. So I'm going to share you some of my works and my resources for you to use. Let's see here, quick second. I'm going to work out the sound. Okay, so what is a hackathon? I've already explained that before, but again, hackathons are events where programmers get together to collaborate on a project. And this was the hackathon that I went to at Spotify's headquarters in New York. I was, how old was I during this time? I believe I was 14, maybe? Probably even younger than that, maybe 12.
About 12.
Yeah, I was, it gets confusing at this point because again, it's been 6 years since I started doing this. But there's an echo. Is there an echo that you guys hear, or is it fine?
No, it's fine. I don't hear an echo at all.
So there were 3 other hackathons that I went to during that time. Besides Spotify's hackathon, it was Black Girls Code and Code Day. Code Day was my first hackathon that I ever attended. And again, I was 10 years old at that point for Code Day. And it was for college. And it was for college students. So I was terrified when I went into that room. Just having to figure out to be able to approach other people and be able to take my position on what it is that I wanted to accomplish. So I had like an entire storyline. I was like, we should make this game. Obviously we didn't do that because it was only like 24 hours, but it was a great experience nonetheless. So I think that you guys should attend hackathons as well. Art and technology. Now, those pictures in the background that you see, those are my pieces of artwork. And
I'm sorry to interrupt. Now we are getting a little bit of an echo. Can we make sure that the other computer is on?
Yes, let's see. Did you share?
Is that better?
Oh yeah, much better. Thank you.
All right. So art and technology. Now, if you see these pictures in the background, those are my pieces of artwork for the video game that I will be showing shortly. But doing artwork and creating video games go 2 and 2 together. Because if you've ever looked at an image on anything for a video game, you'll notice that, hey, there's a picture there. Now that's called a sprite. And there are also other facets of video games that you can do, like concept art. So the designs of the characters that you see, you can create those. That's a part of technology as well. Now, what are sprites? Sprites are 2D images found in video games, and models are 3D images in a 3D environment that can kind of go like 360, and it's designed completely. So you can also do animation as well. And I made these 2 things in Clip Studio Paint and Medibang Paint Pro, which are not actually animating softwares. These are just for illustrating and for making comics or illustrations or whatever, but it was not designed for animating. But there are programs available that you can use specifically for animation. And these are some of the video game projects I've worked on. We have Night at the Museum, which is a project that I was working on at Udacity. It's a VR game. And if you don't know what VR is, that means that it's virtual reality. So you have a headset that you put over your head. And I use Google Cardboard for this project. It's going to be kind of tiny, but I think that you guys will be able to see everything. So this is what it looks like when you put on the headset for my project, and you can click things on the inside. I made this using Unity 3D. And the coding language that you need to know for using Unity is JavaScript and C#, which are pretty complex. But again, when you're just starting out in coding, it's best to start with the basics, using Scratch and using code.org, because it gives you the very basic concept before you start moving on to things like this. But I wouldn't be afraid to tackle it once you get to that stage. So you can play videos in Unity 3D. and other things like
And
that.
how old were you when you did that?
When I made this, I was 14 because this was made in 2018, so 2 years ago. And then we have this game called Safety U, which is geared towards girls who are maybe in their junior, senior year of high school, or they're in their freshman year of college, and how to be safe on a college campus. So let me play this video. I'm 15 years old and in the 10th grade.
Hi, I'm Anaya Murray, Jada's little sis, even though I'm technically taller than her. Anyway, I am 13 years old and am in the 8th grade.
The app we are presenting to you today is called Safety U. The purpose of this game is to give female high school graduates a tool set of college safety tips through a visual novel experience. As an app user, you follow the story of Genesis Quinn Cora, a freshman in college who was put into situations that could change her life for better and for worse.
I was the lead co-director and the storyline creator for this project.
I was the lead art director and code assistant. We're using MIT App Inventor to create this app. It consists of block code. Now, onto the game.
Upon clicking the app, we have a title screen. Clicking Start Game, we move on to the Character Select screen. Currently, for this version of the game, we only have one character available to play, but Hazel's story will be unlocked under future endeavors into this project in the long-term future.
Now I'm going to pause for a little bit right here so I can give you guys a little heads up. I will be teaching girls how to make these types of visual novels with Anaya for a hackathon that we're going to be hosting in November. So if you guys actually want to know how to make things like this, we will be having tutorials and we'll be teaching you guys how to actually make these things and how to do the artwork as well, little tidbits on doing stuff like that. So I'm going to skip ahead a little bit so you can see the text. So the way that of a visual novel, as I was explaining a little bit before, is it's kind of like a choose your own adventure, but video game version. So instead of it being a book, you get to decide how the game is going to progress. So those are the two games that I've been working on recently. This game we made last year, so 2019. I was 15 years old at that point. And we submitted it to the Congressional App competition. So, and we won for our district and we got a shout out by the governor of Tennessee, actually. So that was pretty awesome hearing those things about our work. And now these are some of the programs that you can use in creating artwork and coding as well. Some of them we've already mentioned before, like Scratch and Solo and Code.org, but Unity 3D I put in there as well. For 2D art, you can use Medibank Paint Pro, Fire Alpaca, and craftpix.net is where you can get free images if you don't want to draw yourself. And then there's 3D art. So Blender is where you would be designing the models yourself. And then Free3D is where there's already models made for you. What am I doing currently? So this piece right here is an illustration piece. I'm also teaching artwork for kids as well. And then I'm going to be working on my own video game called Shy Boy. And I've been working on it for a while now, but still continuing that process currently. And where can you find me? You can find me at Strayed Too Far on any social media platform, on YouTube, Instagram, my website. And if you want to contact me, you can send me an email at strayedtoofar@gmail.com. So that is the presentation. 1 second.
Awesome.
And one.
All right, so we have this headset here. I'm gonna set it up so that it's the way that you would actually be able to see it. But so you have this right here.
This is for VR.
For the Google Cardboard, and you put your phone on the inside right here. They give you instructions on how to set it up, and you put your phone on the inside, and you clip it over, and then you just view through it like this. You could turn around, and the environment would move around with you. And that is Google headset. And then I also have my drawing tablet, which is a Wacom tablet. This was about $60 on their website. I've always had to keep on rebuying these pens because I would lose them all the time. But you can find a different brand if you want to, but there's also, if you already have an iPad, then you can use that and not have to buy a Wacom tablet. So those are some options of things that you can do as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much for sharing. I think we have, I'm sorry, hold on. They're saying, can you unmute the computer you are using? It's showing a black screen when you talk. Oh, okay. So the main computer that you were on at first, we need you to switch back to that one so that we can see you.
Okay.
So unmute that. Next, you can log out of that account. All right, is that good?
That is perfect. And for our YouTube viewers, can you show the VR, the Google VR headset and the tablet again?
Of course. So you can explain it again.
Yeah. So if you set up the cardboard, the little box and everything, this is what you're going to see when you're looking into it. And you can put the phone right here. And I'm just going to take an iOS phone, for example, and you're going to put the screen on the inside, and then you can put it over your head and move around, look at the screen, whatever's showing. And that is the Google Cardboard headset.
And you can get this at google.com/cardboard.
Yes, and I think it might be around like $10 or less to buy one of those. And then I have my Wacom tablet, which I bought for about $60, so pretty cheap as tablets go. But if you have an iPad, then you can use that instead. There's already art programs that are available to use. That would be the cheaper option if you already do have an iPad in your household. So those are the programs and stuff that you can use.
I was gonna jump in and just say one of the things that I was requiring of the girls, or just even my boys as well, is to learn how to draw. And how that proved beneficial was that you can easily streamline that into technology, because if you know how to draw, then if you're interested in animation or architecture, you can create models of buildings. And so it's just like these basic skills give you the opportunity to explore different realms. And I actually require all of the kids to learn coding, just as a school would require a foreign language. So I have them learn a foreign language, but I also feel it's a basic foundational thing that the kids need, because technology is proving to just keep moving at such a fast pace. And I really feel it's important that my children, your children, should be able to enter that space should they choose to. And if they choose not to necessarily keep up with the skill of coding, they're able to think about it. How they can utilize technology, even if they're not the ones actually doing the technical aspects of it. But they're able to be like, yeah, we need someone to build an app to go along with the book I just wrote. Or we're going to, I'm an actress, but I want to have my own, I don't know, production line. I don't know. You just keep, the brainstorming just keeps going when you are exposed. So I love what the Girls Play Chicago is doing, because it really is all about exposure. I was really gifted in science when I was younger, but when I was in college, I chose to pursue education instead of science. And really it was because I only knew of being a doctor. So I had limited exposure to everything else you could do with science and medicine. And so my goal is to just keep exposing my kids so they can see, wow, I have this skill, but there's so many different ways I can use it. So I love, hopefully, all the young girls that are online will be inspired to just keep exploring, because the sky really is the limit when you add technology place with your passion if that's not your sole passion.
Great, such great feedback for parents and helpful tips to help us, even me as a parent, understand how I can take those skills that they have, like art and drawing and all of those things that they love to do, and help foster this passion for technology, or at least help introduce the idea or the concept to technology. I think one thing that's been really interesting is the bridge between arts and technology, which I don't think I had even thought through, but knowing that I have two little girls who are both very interested in the arts and entertainment, but it's always been a struggle to get them interested in technology. And I'm like, let's do coding. And they're like, no, I just want to sing. So I think this is really helpful to me in helping to encourage them. And I hope other parents on the call as well to help foster that bridge between the two disciplines. I'm going to open up the videos for the girls that are on the call. If you have questions, does anyone have questions? You're welcome to take your video off mute and ask your questions.
Hi, I have a question.
Mhm.
My question is, do you think like you'll keep coding and doing technology, or do you think you'll like stop at a certain age?
I think that I will keep on coding because, again, my dream was to become a video game developer and programmer. So that will definitely keep being a thing that I would want to do. Maybe I won't be the person doing the coding, but like even then I still want to be involved in technology, even if I'm not the person who's doing the main stuff. But yeah, I don't think that technology will ever leave my life.
For me, because I'm interested in the arts, I may, if I ever want to be in a play, I don't think I'll stop with technology, but I'll always have it in my mind, because if I ever choose a different path, then I know, hey, I can make an app, or I have other skill sets. So I don't think you would ever stop, but maybe put it on hold.
Mhm. And I was going to jump in because I think the reason why there aren't as many girls as boys entering into technology is because we think we have to give up our art. I think girls are so artistic. We love to color at a young age. We love to wear sparkly things. And, you know, we don't see how that relates to technology. And that's why we have to be at the table. We have to be in these companies because what we have to offer is important. Riley, your voice is important. If you join an organization, they need women at the table. And especially because technology is going to be solving some of the world's greatest issues. And if you only have men at the table, whom I love, but if you only have them, they're not going to be able to do it without us. They came into the world through a woman, and we're going to help solve the world's problems together. And so I think it's important for us as mothers and fathers to help expand what it looks like for a girl, for a woman to be involved in technology. We should define what it looks like, not someone else. So Riley, just explore and don't be afraid to try something new because it's not maybe what you envisioned for yourself.
Great advice, great thoughts. I think we have another question. I think it's to watchers. What examples can be used? In what ways can these examples to solve a problem in the community?
Well,
so how can you use coding or technology to solve a problem in the community?
Yeah, so I guess an example I can use is the Safety U game that we had showed before. Sexual harassment inside of college communities and just violence on college dorms and just the campus itself is very prevalent. And a lot of it goes unaccounted for, and there's not much accountability for the people who are the perpetrators of it. And I do think that giving a visual novel as a case for you to be able to make choices before you're actually put inside that environment is a great tool. The same thing that goes with the other game that we had made, which was a walk in raising awareness for like a walk in our shoes, giving you the tool set to be able to see outside of your own scenario and your own situation, to be like, oh, this is how this works out for somebody else. How can we help figure out the problem and solve it? You know, but giving something in a story form is a very great way to be able to get the problem out there in the open and brainstorm, but it can also solve the solution by starting a conversation. So
I have another question. What problems have you solved with using technology so far?
What problems have we solved? Well, I guess maybe not us, but other people solving problems with technology. I guess talking to people. We're all online now. This is crazy. We would have been in person. So I just think problems people solved. How do we keep people connected while we're apart? So making apps like Zoom and making phones where you can call people and email where you can just, so it's just everyday problems that you have. How do we still teach kids when not everybody has Wi-Fi? Just problems all around that people solve with technology. It's everyday life.
It is. Our Zoom, like you said, our Zoom call today is a problem that was solved through technology, and with all the stuff that's happening in coronavirus, we are on Zoom calls for school, and that is also something that was solved with technology. So our cell phones are a problem that was solved with technology. So there's so many really great examples of how technology is helping to move society forward. And we have another YouTube, great examples of how technology is helping to move society forward. I'm waiting for the question to come through. Can you get into coding if you don't have a lot of money or time?
I think that it depends on like what technology you already have at your disposal. Like if you have Wi-Fi and if you have a phone or if you have a computer, which not a lot of people actually do, but if you do have those things at your disposal, then you have the tools to be able to learn.
Well, and answering to the question, yes, you can. Will it be more challenging if you don't have all the resources? Yes. Would it be easier if you had computers? But there are coding apps like Solo Learn, and I believe code.org, they put in apps, you can download it on your phone. So there are options. It can be more difficult time-wise. Well, my mom, she included it into our school schedule. So we had time because she made it time. So,
and I also would have them do it on the weekend for Saturday school.
Yes.
So, so I think anything that you want to learn, you're definitely going to have to set aside time and make it a priority. And as far, I've always been on a very tight budget. So I've always looked for free. I've always looked, YouTube, as everybody knows, is the place where you can learn how, if you can learn how to put on makeup, you can learn how to do everything on YouTube. You can learn how to code, and you can, so some people have money to go buy or pay for an instructor or to go pay for courses. That was always a challenge for me. So I had to think outside of the box as to how was I going to get my kids this knowledge with a limited budget. I think even if you don't have a computer or Wi-Fi, the library is always a place where you can get, usually sign up for a computer and take the time to learn. So whatever obstacle stands in your way, just know that you can overcome it. You're just going to have to be determined. And I think finances usually are one of the greatest obstacles for people, but there's so many free resources out there. So it actually is no longer an excuse. You can afford free.
I think one thing that I'd add to that is when I was learning Unity, it's a very complex program, but I started learning how to use it through reading a book. I had a book that I got from, I think it was probably through Amazon, but you can find books like that at the library, and you could code through the library computers. So you don't have to have it like maybe you bought the computer yourself, but like those things are available for you to use. So.
And one more thing on free, there's so many courses right now that colleges offer for free. MIT has a whole segment of courses, computer science courses that they give to their freshmen in college. So does Stanford. So if you type in free coding classes for adults, free coding classes for teens, free coding classes for young kids, you're going to get a whole list of resources. So don't let that stop you.
Sure. And mom, that was actually going to be my next question to you. If there are parents out there who are watching and it all just sounds overwhelming, they're not into technology, they don't know where to start. It's day one. Say it's the first Saturday and mom or dad is saying, hey, we're going to start learning to code today. What would you suggest they do? Where would you suggest parents start if this is all very foreign to them? They just don't know how to get started with it.
Well, first of all, I want to affirm that yes, it can be overwhelming. I had a young girl at 10 saying, Mom, can you teach me how to build a video game? And I had no clue. So I just had to dive deep into the world so I could learn how to help her reach her goals. And if you're a parent and you have that attitude, you will make it happen for them. And so initially, I would go with Scratch. Scratch is so easy. Like I said, from little kids to adults, they're using the same thing. They're learning the same games, and they have tutorials on YouTube. They have a channel that takes you step by step by step. So you already have someone who will teach you, and it's free. So again, you got it. Don't look any further than Scratch. And then as your kids grow in interest, just know there's a whole nother world there. But start with Scratch. That would be my recommendation.
One person said, will you teach an intro into coding class for young girls? Can we? Yes.
And actually, what we can just make sure the Girls Place of Chicago is informed about the event that the girls are going to do. So they are actually going to teach how to create a visual novel for young girls. We'll make sure that the information is given to you all, and anybody that is able to join will be able to do so. So my thing is, they've been given so much that it is their time, even though they're young, to start giving to the girls that are behind them. And so yes, they will be teaching how to do the very things that they've learned how to do.
That's awesome. And we thank you for sharing your gifts and your talents with us. We are grateful for your contributions to the world and society. And we know that you all are going to be, your name's going to be in lights one day, and we're going to look back on it and say, hey, I remember her. She got me interested in coding. So we speak blessings and success over both of your lives. The poll. If you are a participant on the panel, can you please respond to the poll that's popping up? Any closing thoughts before we end today's conversation from each of you? I'll give you the opportunity to give us one of a final thought.
I think for me, I'd say age is not a barrier. It really isn't. Even if you think like, hey, I'm only 10, I'm only 8, I'm only 7, I'm only 6, that's no excuse for you to go and do whatever it is that you want to do, and to at least start learning the basics. You can get a general understanding. That's even a start. So I think that would be mine.
Don't limit yourself to one thing. You can love singing more than you love technology. I would rather sing than spend my day making an app. I admit it, I would. So still pushing yourself, having a person like this to say, get it done. So just step outside the box, jump into the world of technology, and it'll take you to where you need to go.
Yeah, I concur with all of that. And parents, you guys are coaches, and coaches push out excellence. They push out things that person doesn't see inside themselves. That's your job, to root and to cheer them on. And who wants to go to practice? Practice is where the hard work takes place, and lots of kids would rather skip the practice and just go to the game. And so our job is to help them build those skills in the practice rooms of life, so that when opportunities just like this came to us, they were ready to shine. And so that's, parents, that's our job, to push, to see what's inside them and help bring it out into the light. And so you can do it. The resources are there for you, parents.
Thank you so much. This was very inspiring for me as a parent, and I'm sure for all the other parents that are out there. I hope the girls that are watching took away some nuggets and a new spark and a new interest in wanting to understand and search out technology and coding if they're not already into those things. So thank you so much for sharing with us this morning. We are headed into a break, but I invite everybody to join us back in 30 minutes where we'll have a class on Adobe. So a little bit more in the technology space, we'll learn a little bit about editing through Adobe this afternoon. So join us back here in 30 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Have your parents or guardian log on to our website at thegirlsplayshy.com and click on membership. If you would like to receive updates on future events or would like to join the Girls Play Chicago, have your parents or guardian log on to our website at thegirlsplayshy.com and click on membership. If you would like to receive
You're on mute. All right.
Sorry about that.
Music playing in the background. Can you do the screen share? Let's test that out.
Yes, I can. How's that looking?
Cool. All right, I have to. Okay. All right, get out, Rick.
What's that?
Yep. We're seeing it.
I don't know if that's all open, but I got
Turn off the screen sharing. Sure.
We're gonna have Emma give you a call. So.
Welcome back. I hope all you young ladies enjoyed Ayana, Anaya, and Jada. They did a great job with presenting coding and screenwriting. So next up, which is a great tie-in, is an editor, Rick Mahal, who has been editing for over 25 years in television production. So without further ado, let's welcome in Rick Mahal.
Hello, everyone. I hope you
Hi,
can hear
Rick.
me. How are you, Angela?
Great, great.
Good, good, good. Well, I love when the technology works.
Absolutely.
You'll let me know if my speakers are too loud or too soft. I want to make sure everybody can hear me, and I don't want anything to be missed. So
No, it sounds great. It sounds great.
Good.
So I mentioned that you've been working in television production as an editor for over 25 years, but I'd love for you to share more details about your career and your history in it.
Okay, all right. Well, I am a Chicagoan, kind of. I grew up in the northwest suburbs of Chicago, Schiller Park, which is right outside O'Hare Airport, and I had not a lot of guidance on my schooling in terms of how it was going to work. So a lot of it was self-directed because of my circumstance, coming from a single parent and all that. So I went to a community college. I knew I wanted to continue with my education, so I went to a community college. I went to Triton College in River Grove.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I thought I was a musician. I went in as a music major, and I quickly found out I was not. And so I discovered the radio program. That was the next thing, that I loved. And, so I was in the radio program for about a year. And then from the radio program, I discovered television. They had a great studio there. They had, for a community college, they had a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful studio there. So that's where I really fell in with my love for television.
And I just want to say that I think what is great is what you just said. A lot of times people think they have to start at a four-year college.
Right.
But you started your education at a community college.
I did.
And I think that's important.
I did, yeah. And part of it was to try to discover myself and see what I liked, and what I was good at and what I wanted to. I knew I would have to, feed myself and hopefully a family someday, which I did very successfully. I've got 2 young daughters and a wife and a house, and I wanted to figure out how that was going to happen many, many years ago. And so when I discovered television, I'm like, that's it. That's what I'm doing. And the funny thing was, right at that time, and we're talking, this is probably 1983 or so, cable television was just starting to get introduced into the Chicagoland area on a regular basis. I was in the suburbs, but that's when people are like, oh, there's this thing called cable. And I knew, that I'm looking at all this content, all these stations coming into my home. I'm like, well, if I'm in television and this is the new norm, I think I'll be working for a long, long time, so.
And speaking of that, so, technology has come a long way when it comes to television. Share a little bit about when you started, where we were in the television industry and where technology is today.
Okay, yeah. So back then, two sides of the technology in television. One is the viewer, I'll call the viewer side. That's the person watching the television. And the other side is the person that I wanted to become, which was the technical guy, the guy that was going to either videotape, shoot, or edit, or do the graphics, or whatever it was going to be for the viewer. So on the viewer side, it was cable television and it was broadcast television over an airwave on a TV set that maybe a lot of these young girls will remember, maybe from their parents' or grandparents' house, which was a 4x3 television. So it was a little wider, then taller. So you got your 4 units by your 3 units, and that's how the old TV sets were. And now it's 16 by 9. So now you got 16 units by 9 units. And it kind of did that because that's how movies were shot. So even though we were in a television world with 4x3, when you went to the movie theater with your family, the screen was this wide.
Right.
So, eventually the technology caught up in a way where, they said, well, let's bring that into people's homes. And so that's the viewer side. That's the side where as you're looking at it, you're looking at it on a box over the airwaves or through cable that was a 4x3. On the technical side, it was all what we call analog. There was computers, but not like computers today. So there were the analog side of things were things like tape. So we had to work off a videotape and not hard drives. Today, as everybody knows, you know, you got your camera. Could be your camera here, and or a professional camera, and it's recorded to a card in a camera, and then they give you the chip, and then me, the editor, takes the chip and puts it on a hard drive, and that's how we work. But I used to work on tape, and tape.
So explain a little bit more about analog versus digital.
Okay, so analog was captured with equipment that eventually put the signal on a magnetic tape. That's how it worked. The tape is a magnetic piece of film that can be read in a machine. And then from that machine, they would have cables that would come out into other machines, and then you can control the tape. So if you want to do storytelling, if you want to make a story, well, the simplest form would be like a news story. You turn on the 6 o'clock news and you're going to watch a story. Somebody would have to film someone speaking about something, and that would be put on a tape. And then they would shoot some other footage that would be of what they were talking about. So if the guy was talking about a cat that went up a tree, you know, you film the guy talking about the cat going up the tree, and then after he was finished, they take the camera and they go film the cat going up the tree. And then I'd have a couple tapes. I'd have a tape with the interview, and I had a tape that was called the B-roll, which was the footage that went over what they were talking about. And then I'd have to put these tapes in machines, and then I'd have to hit the play button through a computer, and then the tapes would play, and then I would re-record analog, you know, on tape, from that tape to another tape that would put the interview down. And then I'd have to, you know, put the B-roll tape in, the footage of what they were talking about in a machine, and then kind of play that until I found what I liked and put that on top of what they were talking about. Well, today, because of computers and hard drives and digital, I'm not the expert about digital. From what I understand, ones and zeros, you know, so it's, you know, right. So now digital is on hard drives, you know, and so now it's random access. Now you got your interviews and your talking points, and then you've got your graphics and the things that they're talking about, your B-roll. It all goes on a hard drive, and you can randomly, you don't have to play a tape and find out the guy said the cat went up the tree at the beginning or the middle or the end of the tape. You just, you know, as we all know, you scrub through the clip and you find what you're looking for and put it on a timeline.
And so just, you know, getting more into the weeds of it, linear versus non-linear editing.
Right.
And go ahead and kind of give more detail about that.
Yeah. So, you know, years ago, you know, okay, so let me give you a little history. So after I left the community college, I finished up at Loyola University in Chicago and got my bachelor's in communications. And then from there, I got my very first job on Michigan Avenue. And this is all going to relate. So on Michigan Avenue was 1988. I got hired, and I was at the bottom, and it was in duplication of all things, right? So, and I would make all kinds of copies, whatever they were producing. It was in a big organization. They did broadcasts. They did things for the Olympics. They did things for politics. They did things for TV commercials. Michigan Avenue in Chicago is still all filled with ad agencies, you know, that make all this content for television. And so those agencies would go to this company, and I got my foot in the door at this company, which is a great company. It was called Polycom, and then it was bought out, and it became Northwest Teleproductions. And I worked my way up technically from duplication with tape, you know, and one of my friends made fun of me, and he goes, so basically it's play, record. That's your job. I go, yeah, well, so it's a little bit more involved in that at the broadcast level, but yes, more or less. So that's where we were in my life. It was tape, it was analog. I was on Michigan Avenue. I was in my young 20s, and I was just excited to be doing all this. And then I worked my way up. So in a company like that, technically you start at the bottom, you learn everything. You learn, even though you go to school for it, and I learned a lot from my education, both from Loyola and Triton. I learned the most on the job, so I tell people and I try not to diminish it. I'm a plumber, you go to the trade school, you learn what you're going to learn, but you're really not going to learn until you're mixed in with people and situations that come across your table. So I went from duplication, and then that's on the top floor, and that's where all the sales offices are and stuff, not very glamorous. Then I got to go downstairs, and downstairs at this company was where all the action was. That's where they had the edit suites, where what I became was an editor. And then that's where they had the graphics department, where people are making graphics for the editors. They had audio down there. People are recording voiceovers and editing music that went to the edit suites. So that's where all the action was. I discovered early on that I like hands-on, I like technical, I like create. And that's the thing, the beauty of my job. It's creative storytelling. So, and I'll show examples of this. Like I'll get a storyboard from an ad agency that says, we have a product and here's a story we want to tell. And they give me a piece of paper and it's a storyboard. So it looks like a comic strip. Someone hand draws what their vision is. And that's the story. And they do this for movies. They do it for commercials. They do it for documentaries. It starts early on with the storyboards and someone's idea. So that's what comes to me.
And so with the Girls Play Chicago, we are wanting to introduce our young ladies to STEAM industries, science, technology, engineering, art, math.
Yeah.
And, for a very long time, it was just STEM, and where art was not part of this. Talk about how the technologies are actually, and art is actually part of the technology, specifically in television.
Oh, of course. Well, and when I tell people I love the creative art part of what I do, sometimes they roll their eyes because, I am making content that is for sale. In other words, I'm making commercials for toothpaste or for dolls or for learning how to make a recipe for a noodle company or whatever it might be. So, but there is an art form to it. There really is. I'm going to show an example. I got a call from you a couple nights ago for this.
Yes, we can go right into it. Yes.
Yeah, and you said, we're putting together this little video and we got this little open, but we want to make it a little bit more than what it is right now. And so I had to creatively and in a way artfully determine, and the beauty of it is that I got to make those decisions, and someone wasn't telling me what to do. A lot of times, what I do, I have an art director that's how it works. In an edit suite, I'm the editor sitting at the table making it all happen, but sitting behind me is a producer and a lot of times an art director. So I've done a lot of commercials where it comes out of an ad agency and I've got a person sitting behind me telling me, what colors to use and what fonts to use and and even it's the treatments, a treatment is could be an art form of this too as well. So I don't know if I'm answering the question the way you're looking for it, but there is art involved, in the storytelling for television.
Absolutely.
There really is. If you overlook the whole project, it has a theme, it has a feel. When you look at a movie or a commercial, it's like, and someone had to make those decisions. So as an editor, that's the beauty of it, is that you're doing the technical side of it. You're trying to figure out how to put this dialogue in and tell the story in an interesting way so you don't lose the audience. So you can get your story across and keep people interested. So I think we'll get more of an example once we dive into the example work of it and stuff.
And with that, let's go ahead and dive right into it. And you can go ahead and share your screen, and we can. And let me just also say to all of our attendees, if you have any questions, you can go ahead and start typing them in, waving your hand on Zoom so we know that you're there. And I will, as we move forward, make sure that we get those questions to Rick.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. So here we go. So I'm going to share my screen and hopefully you can see this.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. And what I'll do here is I will explain what we're looking at. Okay, so this is an interface, and it's a program that I'm sure some people, or maybe a lot of the girls have heard about. It's called Adobe. Adobe is a company that makes a lot of different programs. They make programs for audio, for visuals, for web design, for graphics, whether you animate the graphics or just create the graphics from scratch. They make all these programs. And the program I'm working on is called Premiere. So it's Adobe Premiere is the program. This is what the interface looks like. We don't have to get into it, but after tape, I did another program called Avid. Then I did another program called, I'm sure a lot of people heard of as Final Cut Pro, Apple's program. And this is Premiere's program, or rather Adobe's program called Premiere. So what we're looking at in this interface are different windows. And you know, as an editor, if you ever have the chance to walk into an edit suite, a lot of times editors work with multiple screens. And the reason for that is that there's a lot of stuff to look at all at once. And so you want to be able to spread out, you know, your screen so you can work in a real efficient way where you're not constantly having to tab through things, you know, so you can look at everything. So I'll explain real quick what we're looking at. So right here is our project tab, right here. So you can, these are our projects. And so in the project tab, you've got folders, okay? And in the folders, you have, I'll call it the assets for your project. So for video, you're gonna need some video. You're gonna need some audio. You might have some graphics, and you might have some titles. So there's all different types of elements or assets that you'll need to edit. And so this is where I keep them. And so they're folders. And these are companies or projects I just pulled in just to kind of show you guys some of the stuff that I was working on, even in the last couple months or whatever. So, so that's what this tab is. This is where you keep all your assets. This tab here, let me call something up here. This tab here with all these this green and these black lines here, this is your preview monitor. So when you have an asset, let's just say, let's open up, I'm gonna open up this folder here, and inside here, this is actually a company I work for that does a quilt show, believe it or not. They do a web-based 1-hour quilt show that I'm responsible for editing every 2 weeks. And
so there's a show for everyone.
There is a show for everyone. So here's a piece of footage for the quilt show. Oh, it's gonna come online. Hang on a second, the drive's gonna fire up. Maybe you know what I'll do. There we go. So, and there's the quilts. So this is, you know, what we were talking about early, random access. Now, if this was tape, we'd be able to see that in this preview monitor right here, but we'd have to hit the play button and then shuttle, fast forward and rewind, you know, to see it. If people remember the old VHS days, it's exactly what it would have been like. But now with digital, it's here, it's on a hard drive, and I'm able to like just scrub. They call this scrubbing. When I'm clicking on the playhead here, down here's the playhead. This is where we are in time on this clip. So this is the beginning of the clip. This is the middle of the clip. This is the end of the clip. And so this is the clip. And below the clip are a bunch of buttons. We're not going to get into a lot of the meat and potatoes of this stuff because it would take forever. But this is like, you know, the play button here, and then I could hit stop, things like that. So that's what this monitor does. This monitor over here to the right, let's look at this. I did something for American Girl a couple weeks ago. I was helping out on a project. This monitor here is your timeline. This is your record monitor, we'll call it. But this is the output. This is what your final product is going to look like. So as you're working, this is where I look a lot at, because ultimately this is what I'm creating. Okay, so that's the final output of what you're creating. Down here is the timeline. They call this a timeline because it does involve time. So this is a 1 minute, I don't want to call it a commercial. It's probably like something for the web they'll use on their website or something, but this is a 1 minute piece they'll put on their web. So you can see up here on this timeline, here's the time, right? And I can zoom in now. Watch this. I'm going to hit a keystroke. I'm going to zoom in. I'll put this at the beginning, the playhead, and you can see, I'm going to just touch on this real quick. So in video, in film, in movies, in all that medium stuff, the time is, there could be different types of time. So in movies, most of the time, the time they work in is 24 frames per second, 23 or 24 frames per second. That means when they're filming something, think of it as like 24 quick pictures that make up 1 second. 1 second. So you
That's
could break.
good. That's a good way to describe
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. So you could break down like for instance, if I play this scene right here, let's see here. If I play this and there, let's say it's zooming out from this quilt here, this a father and daughter. If I play this, right? Now you can see this is time. Now if you see, I don't know if you guys can see this or not, right here on the left, this blue little time thing. If I take it 1 frame at a time, see how it's going forward and backwards? The frame is moving, it's zooming out. Okay, so let's put it at a nice even number for everybody. Okay, so it's 15 hours, 17 minutes, 0 seconds. And for video, for this particular project, it's 30 frames a second. Okay, so instead of movies and films, it's 24. I'm working in 30 frames a second. So now if I advance this very slowly, you see it's on 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and so on, all the way to right after, and then actually you'll switch over after 28, 29, 30. That's 1 second. So you can see the time is broken down into frames. So that's the smallest denominator is frames. So for my project here, there's 30 frames for 1 second. And then there's your seconds, minutes, and hours, okay? So how do I have to work with time like that? Well, a lot of times as I'm working, you'll see, I'll show a couple examples. I'm working on a video, let's say it's a 1 minute, it's got a really, it's got a piece of music on it, there's a beat, and you guys want to edit on the beat, make it real flashy and fancy. Well, a lot of times you're editing sub-seconds. So instead of like adding just 1 second shots, you're adding like 20 frame shots or 15 frame shots. So all of a sudden your day starts involving math, because you have to figure out, frames to fill a shot or something like that. So we won't get too heavy into this, but I just want to show you. So this is called a timeline. You can see these numbers up here, and up here, these are frames because I'm zoomed in really, really closely. And right here it says 15, that's 15 frames, and as I move it along, it'll move on and on and on. So that's
and Rick, as you were talking about the frames, just the importance of the math of it. So if you are hired by a client and they need you to do a 30-second promo, you have to make it exactly 30 seconds.
Correct.
And so if there is extra video or extra audio, you have to creatively and with math, make sure that you are to the frame for your project, correct?
Absolutely. Yes. I'll get, real quick, since we're okay, let's do this. We're on. So this is the interface. I think there's one other window I can show you guys. I'm going to play some audio. You'll hear some music. I'll make sure it's not too loud. You let me know if it's too loud. Okay.
That sounds
You hear that okay?
Yes.
Okay. So these bouncy color things here, that's the audio, right? And so when I send things out technically to an agency, there's specs that these have to fall into. And what that means is I can't have these bouncy color things too low or too high, because either you won't hear it or it'll be too high and it'll be distorted. So I have to look at these meters and adjust the volume on my clips so they work. And again, now we measure sound in decibels, okay? So we're measuring the video here in frames, whether it's film or video, that's 23 or 30 frames, that's video, that's a linear path, it's a timeline. But for audio, they measure the volume. There's different units of measurement in audio. The volume measurement's called decibels. So if I click on this clip right here, and these, real quick, let me explain this. I'm so excited. What we're looking at here on my timeline, the green down here, this is the audio. This is the music you're hearing, okay? Let's do this. I'm gonna back up. I'm going to play 10 or 12 seconds of this timeline, right? So you'll get a sense. As it's playing, watch this blue bar. You see this blue bar right here? Watch this. That's called the playhead. As the playhead is moving along in time, you'll see these boxes, right? You got a box here, you got a box here, you got a box here. Each box does a different thing, okay?
And Rick,
And-
why are those boxes in that order on the timeline?
Yeah, great question. Well, because they have to be technically for them to work. And we're going to stop. I'm going to show you exactly what I mean by that. So they do have to be in a certain order. Not only do they have to be a certain order going this way, meaning this green one's 1, this blue one's 2, this green one's 3, this blue one's 4. Not only this way, up and down, left and right, but they also have to be in an order up and down, meaning this one, then this one, then this one, then this one. Okay, there is an order. Okay, and I'll touch on that right now. You see this thing where it says American Girl? You see how it has these like light beams on it? This project, they wanted these dolls to look like they're in a fashion show. That's the idea. I'm gonna minimize this for 1 second. Right here, can you still see my screen?
Yes.
This is what I was talking about earlier. This is what I get from the agency. This is the storyboard, okay? This is what they want to create. So I get these little thumbnails, and you can see we open on a shot of the American Girl fashion show. The camera is tied on the American Girl logo, you know, and they just explaining to me what to do next. Oh, we're going to see some shoes. We're going to see a logo. We're going to see a graphic that says snow. We're going to see a doll on a runway. Then we're going to see another graphic that says Snow Fancy. Then we're going to see another doll. So on and on and on and on and on. These little curvy things. We want the doll to spin. Well, it's not a living being. So someone on a piece of string has to make that doll spin, you know? So this is what I get initially in my meetings before I even edit. So even before I sit down to edit, I get these meetings where I have to, you know, talk about this stuff. So this is what it looks like. And now I'm going to show you what I made, okay? I'll play, so you saw the storyboard, you saw what they want, they're giving me instructions on how to make this, and now I'll play just a little bit and you can see what I came up with. Okay, so you get the idea.
That's great.
And I will say this as well. Okay, this is what in my world they call these versions. So this is version 1. So what happens is I make this, I send it to the person that hires me. That's usually with an agency, and then they look at it with their art directors, and they're comparing what they're looking at to what they gave me in terms of the storyboards. And then we creatively talk about, okay, well, let's make it better. You know, so.
And so, Rick, we have a couple of questions. I
Sure,
want to make sure we get these
absolutely.
in. It's kind of tying into everything that you've been saying.
Sure.
One of the questions from YouTube is, what resources would you recommend to learn Premiere?
You know, okay, so there's a couple. I believe it's called Lydia, is an online learning program. I've actually used it many years ago. I'd have to Google it but it's either Linda or Lydia or something like that. And it's a tutorial that will give you step-by-steps on how to learn the program. And also Adobe, the one that makes the program, they're really good. When you guys are in school, and if you're interested in this sort of thing, they do offer academic licenses that are super, super, super cheap. They want young people to get excited and learn these things and be the next group of editors. So you can Google and research Adobe Premiere Pro academic license, and you can read about how to obtain that. And basically what will happen then is you just install the program on your computer. You know, it might be $5 a month. Don't quote me on that. I've heard people talk about that, but you know, you'll learn it through, some schools have them already in their departments, but and then from there, once you have the program on your computer, they have tutorials built into the program that explain how to do things. So in other words, they're not going to throw you into something like this that's super fancy and advanced. They're going to start you at the basics. Let's create 3 shots. Let's cut them. Let's add a graphic, you know, and then you'll get a sense of like where all the tools are. and how to do it. So there's that Lydia that, you know, these online tutorial programs that'll do it, even at the very, very beginning basic levels. And then Adobe themselves, I believe, do offer within the program tutorials on how to learn about this stuff. Does that answer?
And one more question
Sure.
before you move on to continuing with the tutorial. Why is time code?
Why is what?
Time code important?
Oh, important? Is that the question? You broke up a little. Why is time code important? Okay, so time code is important because some of the things that I get from my clients are screened ahead of time. So in other words, somebody's already looked at the footage and they say, you know, I want to have this person talk about this, and they talk about this. When they go out and shoot the here, I'll show you. When they go out and shoot the interviews and stuff, let's talk about like here's something with time code, right? So if I call this shot up here, hang on a second, it's gonna come back alive in 1 second. It's hard drive. Okay, here we go. If I call up the shot, this is a studio of them talking about technique and how to make quilts. And so someone looks at this and gives me notes. So the time code, when they're filming it in the studio, on the digital drive that they're recording to, they not only do you get a picture and you get a piece of audio with that asset, you get a piece of something that's called time code, and that does not change. That's embedded. It's baked into what you're shooting. So as they're shooting, this time code, again, 14 hours, 36 minutes, 11 seconds, 18 frames, that's where that time code. So sometimes I'll get notes from somebody that says, okay, we want this person to say this. It appears on clip 2 at time code 143611. And then I might be over here and I might say, okay, 143611. And there you go. My playhead snaps right to that time code. And there you go. Now I know I have exactly what they're going to say when they're going to say it, because the clip was screened by somebody else and they gave me that time code. Is that what we're looking for on an answer?
Absolutely,
Okay,
absolutely.
good.
And you know, one of the things that as a producer, I know working with you and other editors, that it's important that I do the pre-production and as you mentioned, the screening.
Right.
So if I'm looking at that recording, then I'm looking at the time code for the recording. And so when I create my outline for you,
Correct,
my
yeah.
rough cut, as you will,
Yeah,
I put in the time code
yeah.
as much as possible to the frame sometimes. And then
Yep.
that's what we deliver to our editor.
Yeah, because you know, somebody could record something that's an hour and a half long, and you know, and it's a performance or some kind of informational piece that's an hour and a half long, and someone like you're talking about yourself, a producer has to screen and look at that before they come to the edit suite, because you don't come to the edit suite and say, all right, well, what do we have here? Let's listen to it all. If we had to listen to all the content for an hour and a half and then take notes, we wouldn't get no editing done. So the pre-production, as you're mentioning, gets done ahead of time, and then you come to the edit suite. So if something's shot for an hour and a half and someone says, I want to show you this quilt, it's made of gray material. Well, how do I find that? I mean, you know, I'd have to listen to the whole thing and not be interrupted and listen for that. So a producer will listen for it and take all the notes on what the story they're trying to tell, and then bring in a piece of paper or send me a document that will have all the time codes on what's being said and when. And it makes the editing process very, very efficient.
Great, great. So I'm going to let you go ahead and continue.
Okay.
As we had those questions, I just wanted to make sure we got them in.
Yeah,
as
please,
you
please
were giving
interrupt me if there's questions. I really want to answer all the questions that I can, you know, in the most concise way I can. So so we saw the storyboard for this piece here. We know that it's going to like a fake fashion show for some dolls, and they have some graphics and they got some music. And they want some effects in there, and they want to like make it look zippy. So this was my first version of this cut. Again, I'll just play it again. And you can see that the scenes are kind of moving along with the music. So when you hear a beat in the music, the scene changes, right?
Yes, yes.
So, they liked it. They thought it was great, but they wanted to make some changes. So now we go to a sample number 2. It's the exact same video done differently is all this is. So some of the comments were, well, the music sounds too rock and roll. We want to make it sound more like a fashion show. We want to add a little bit more effects in there. And plus, here's another thing with editing is they said the pace was too slow. We want to make it more snappy, a little faster. So this was the second version of that exact same cut. Here, I'll start it one more time. So you can see things are changing on the beat still, but at a much accelerated rate. So this was the second version of this. And you can see there were some effects. I'm going to zoom in now. We're looking at the timeline at the bottom. And you can see there's some effects. So we went from this doll to this doll. If I play it, I'm going to actually watch this. I'll even mute the audio over here. This is, as we know, this is the audio. All down here is the audio. I'm going to mute the music. So this M means mute, means we're not going to hear it. Now down here are 2 other pieces of audio, because the green is audio, the blue is video. So if I mute the music, well, what are these things? What are these? I'm going to ask this question. Does anybody know what this might be? If we have music and we got these flashes, what do you think these other pieces of audio are?
Okay, ladies, and you can wave your hands or just so to answer the question.
Anybody know?
We'll give them a few minutes.
Okay, all right. Well, you know what I'll do? We're gonna give them a few minutes. So the question is, I'm gonna go back, okay? I'm gonna give, it's unfair for me just to do it from like a minute ago. So I'm gonna zoom back out. I'm gonna include the music. I'm gonna play it, right? And again, we're looking at these blocks. The videos is video, the blue is video, and the green is audio. So I'm gonna play it with music. And I'm going to play across this section, and then they're going to tell me what these other pieces of audio are. It might be too loud. The music might be too loud. Let me lower the music.
And ladies, we can bring you in via video. So again, wave your hands, and we will make you bring you up live.
Okay, so I said audio is measured in decibels. So here we go. We're going to adjust the gain of the audio. I'll make it -15. dB means decibels. That's a measurement of time, of volume, I should say, for audio. So now it's super low, super low. It's going to be real obvious when I play this, what those other pieces of audio. So we're looking for this piece of audio and this piece of audio, what that might be. Okay, so there you go. So the other thing I want to point out when we did this, and we're trying to make it more fancy, is I added some effect work here. Okay, if I were to take this scene and I'm going to show this scene to you in its most raw format, okay, the way I received it at the very beginning, okay, so I'm going to call it up on the other monitor. This is my preview monitor. You see this scene here? You can see it looks all washed out. There's no color in it. And over here, it looks very colorful. There's a light beam coming down. You see this light beam right here that's coming down. That looks like it's part of a fashion show. There's that. So, and there's a little bit of movement on it too. So how do I do that? Well, if we come over here, and again, I'm going to click over here. This is my timeline here, down here. This is what we're looking at. This is our end product. Up here, I'm going to zoom real close in so we can read it. Oh, that's as close as I can get. It says 04 beam kit. That's a light beam. I'm going to turn it off right now. Watch if I turn it off. See that? See how it looks like the lights have turned on and off? That's a piece of effect. That's an effect. That's a piece of video. Here's the video. I'm taking this light beam and I'm putting it over this scene right here. And that's how I was able to create it. I took so the bottom scene is the doll. The top scene is the light beam. I'll turn it on off so you can see it. That's the light beam. And this is where the art form, this is what I was talking about. This is where the art form comes in. No one told me to do that. It didn't say to do that on the storyboard. I came up with that idea. And that's the
And
part of the
so
job.
as an editor, you also bring in the creative, the arts of it.
Yeah. That's, that's why it was hard for me to like describe it in the beginning. Like when people say, and I say, well, what I do is kind of artistic. They're like, really, Rick? You take talking head people and they say something and you put some images over. Is that really artful? I'm like, it's a different level. I'm like, again, let me show you. This is this is what you got to work with right there. That's it. You see it? I'm playing it right over here. These lights are blinking. It's a static shot. It's not moving. It's just standing there, kind of flat. That's it. That's what you got. How are you going to make that look great? Well, after years of experience and knowledge and, working on different projects and also being mentored by people. That's a huge part of my career, was being mentored by people. And as I was moving along in my career, I worked at all different types of companies. And then I became self-employed, meaning I work for myself. And I tell people I'm like a plumber. Somebody has a leaky faucet, they call a plumber, they drive over to the house and they fix the faucet. Well, I'm an independent contractor. I'm a video editor, independent contractor, a freelancer. And so when people have a project, they need it edited, call Rick. Well, how do you get your name out there? That's a whole nother discussion. It's just people you do good work, people's gonna spread your name around, and that's how I get my next job. So I get mentored by people in the industry. When I was young, I'd ask questions all the time. How did you do that? Oh, that looks great. And I don't want to even call it stealing. It's like, I'll show you an example here. It's like when you start working with some of the effects work here, I pulled some stuff out to show you guys.
Starting routine 57
So when you want to do some effects work like this here, let's see. Watch this doll, this with the beret hat on. Watch this. Super quick snap, right? Bam. We're going to look at that snowflake dress. Bam, right? Well, here's what I got to work with in the very beginning. Let me show you. Here's on the left screen, right over here on the left, is the original shot. I'm going to play it on how I received it. See how slow that is? Kind of uninteresting, a little wobbly. Now it's going to turn the other way. It's a little blurry. Now it's going down. You see a string over here? See that? Someone's pulling a string.
Oh, wow.
Move left and right. That's how they were able to make the doll. They're in a soundstage studio in Chicago. And all these lights, these lights and stuff that are blinking, that's all fake. This doll is 18 inches or 24 inches tall. So this light grid is all made. So someone in the art department at an ad agency had to make that from scratch. So as an editor, I've talked a little bit about my art portion of this creatively. That's somebody else at an ad agency. That's what they're doing. They're like, we need a light grid. We're having a fashion show for these dolls. Okay, well, it's got to be in perspective of the height of the doll. They can't use a real one. So now here's what I came up with. So what I did was, I'm gonna turn these two off so you can see what I did. There's what I did. I added a lot more color. That was number one.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, here, you know what? Let me just park on the first frame for a second. Here, look at the color. See that color? How it just is vibrant? So that's number one. I added a lot more color to this scene, right? And then, I don't know if you're going to be able to read this, but I'm going to read it to you. So this clip here, right here, I'm going to lift it up. This clip right there, it says 3008.33%. Okay, that's time. I sped up that clip. Here's the original. Let's get familiar with the original. Here's the original. I'm going to play it. Yeah, slow. How it goes. The way I did it, it spins. Let me turn this off for a second. It spins and it parks right on that snowflake. So that was the idea for this scene for me right here. I said to myself, you know what? I'll spin it and then I'll land right on the snowflake. So when I play it, bam, looks cool. That'll sell some more dolls. So there you go.
And so Rick, in the process of creating the new version of it, and again, back to the math, and talk a little bit about rendering and that process of taking the animated or the edited portion and then rendering it to make it play smoothly. Just talk about what rendering is.
Okay, so you can see this green line above the clip here. That tells me green means go. So that means that'll play just beautifully. There's no issues at all. It'll just play. But because, I'm kind of limited on the ability to do certain things by the computer. So even though I have a very, very good computer, the footage right here is, it's big. They call this 4K, which means it's huge. Let me play something here for you guys. Let me see. So the computer, like right now, this clip right here with the snowflake, it's telling me the scale right here says scale is at 50%. So now if I play the clip the way it was recorded, that's what it looks like. And they do that so I have the ability to zoom in and out. So now I'm like, well, that's too tight. I can't have that. So I make it 50%. So now I can see it. And then there's another thing with the color. I got to add some color. So there's the color. I'm going to add the color, right? And then over here, I'm adding a motion effect. I'm at a speed effect, 3,000% to make your spin super quick. So it's not slow. And I'm going to do one thing here, and then I could explain this render, what we're doing. So I'm going to say, delete renders, delete render files and out. Okay, good. Okay, so now instead of green, I get this yellow, right? This yellow line up there, and that means it may not play smoothly. So I have to render it. And rendering is, it's another term, I don't want to get too deep. It's called pre-computes. And so basically, for the computer to be able to play this clip so I can see it, watch it, and get a feel for how it looks, it has to do a thing that's called rendering. And really what it's doing, it's computing all the information. So there's the color information, there's the motion information, meaning the super quick speed, and then there's the size information, because remember, I got this down to 50%. It's not at 100. So I shrunk it down, I added a bunch of color, and I made a quick spin effect on it. And my computer pretty much would play it, and that's why this yellow is yellow, because it's like, it's a warning, like it may not play smoothly. And why is that important to me? Because when I'm looking at a whole timeline like this, and I'll just mute this stuff real quick. Oh, and by the way, the answer to the question over here was these were the sound effects. That was the sound effects of the flashes going off of the camera. That's what those were. So rendering is important because when I have a big long project like this, if it was yellow or sometimes it's red because it won't play, the computer can't play it. I have too many effects on it. So what you do is you do a function that's called rendering, and then the computer computes all that information and says, okay, we're going to spit out a new file, and that file will allow you to play it smoothly, and you can play it at any time.
And so in terms of this project, because you have a lot of different elements that you've added, from the sound effect of the camera click to the light beam, you did a slow-mo, you did some zooming in and out.
And here too, you can see this flash. See this here? I'll take it off for a second. That's a flash. See, there's like a flash there. Like look at a camera flash. Let's go real slow. See that flash? That's this gray thing right here. It says impact flare. That's an effect. So I'm going a doll that has a lot of color on it, that has been shrunken down to 50%, that might have a little speed ramp on it, to another doll with all that same information. And then I want to transition. That's another thing that I do as an editor. I transition from one scene to another. So this is a transition. It's a flare, right? So that's a lot of information and it has to be rendered for me to be able to hit play and watch and see if I like it.
And so the more information, is that the longer the render?
Correct. Yes. Yep. Yeah. And it's gotten better. The programs have all gotten better. They used to take forever, but now they've gotten a lot quicker, on the rendering,
So another question, Rick.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
With your timeline, how would one start off laying out their project? Is it graphics first? Is it video first? Is it effects first?
This is an absolutely perfect question. And because this is how I start my day every day when I open up a brand new project. Okay, I'm gonna open up this quilt show project here real quick, and I'll answer that question with this project, okay? So this is about, again, another minute promotional video that this company wanted to have to promote this lady in the red shirt as an artist to come on this show called The Quilt Show. So they wanted me to make like a little promo, and I'm gonna play a little bit of it, not the whole thing, and then I'll explain how I start a brand new project and which process happens first: the visuals, the audio, the storytelling, the graphics. You know, those are all different things I got to deal with, and I'll explain the order on which I do those. So here is the project and how it looks.
On the next quilt show, The Majesty of Mosaics. See the stunning work of Heidi Profetti.
Learn the secrets to her detailed precision cutting, as well as how she turns a photo into a workable quilt pattern.
When I touch this, that shows you how the whole design has been traced.
And really, that's what we need, because ultimately that's what's going to cut out your pieces.
Correct.
Okay, a couple things here. So you get an idea of what this looks like. So they're talking about this lady and what she does, and we need to put this together. So how do we do that? Well, first, I always start the project with dialogue. So in the case of the American Girl project, there was no dialogue. There was no voiceover saying something about the dolls. There was nobody on camera talking about the dolls. It was just music. So that's a little different type of project all in itself. 90% of what I do involves storytelling. So there's a little story here. It's like, welcome to the Quilt Show. Next week, we're going to have on blah, blah, blah as our guest. And then I may have a little comment from her saying what we're about to learn. And then we'll go back and we'll end with like, so tune in to watch Heidi do her magic, whatever, right? And then it's booked in with graphics. So that way, if it's playing on the internet, people know, you know, what show it is and, you know, who they're talking about and stuff. So it's storytelling. So you got to tell the story. So let's dive real quick into this. And here's the storytelling. So these first bites here, this is them on camera. This is them doing their, hang on, I'm going to take away all this stuff, right? Now, and also here, I'll show you, this is the raw footage of them talking about this promo without zero editing, no editing whatsoever. And just so you know, they may goof around, the hosts and hostess. They goof around with each other a little bit. So when I play, they may be goofing around. They'll lip sync each other as a joke. Here, I'm gonna play it.
On the next quilt show, The Majesty of Mosaics. See the stunning work of Heidi Profetti.
Learn the secrets to her detailed precision cutting, as well as how she turns a photo into a workable quilt pattern.
Plus, Ricky shares his
Okay, so you can see they're goofing around. That's the storytelling. So I had to cut out all the laughter again and just tell a serious story. And you know, I got to work around it. So I lay down the audio first. So that I'm doing that. I'm laying down all their audio. Here's what their audio sounds like without any visuals. So I start with the audio to tell the story.
On the next quilt show, The Majesty of Mosaics. See the stunning work of Heidi Profetti.
Learn the secrets.
So there's no laughter there. It went right from Alex to Ricky on a night tight edit, and they can continue with the story. And then after Alex talks, you're going to hear the guest talk.
To her detailed precision cutting, as well as how she turns a photo into a workable quilt pattern.
When I touch this, that shows you how that whole design has been traced.
And really, that's what.
Okay, so that's the audio. So now, and I got the whole thing done. I got it all done. There's all the audio, and then at the end, they say,
because ultimately, that's what's going to cut out your pieces.
Correct. Plus, Ricky shares his Taming of the Shears. Don't let Peekaboo Fabrics stump you.
Catch all the buzz on the next quilt show.
So that's the audio. Come see you at the next quilt show. So then I laid down after I do all the audio work. Then I'll make this quick. I know we're getting toward the time, starting to run out a little bit here. Hang on. We go back to here we are. And then after the audio is done, then I do the visuals. Okay. So now this is just the visuals with no graphics, and there's transitions in here. So as I lay the visuals down, I want to transition from them to this. So I do a little fade.
Majesty of Mosaics.
So there's a little fade there. There's a little fade.
Learn the secrets to her detailed precision.
Then you'll see a little zip here, a little push.
Cutting, as well as
there's a little push there. So now I lay down all the visuals and I affect between all of that. Then after that work is done, then I go back and I put in the graphics. So this is the graphics here. This is like a little banner that tells you that's coming up next. So I put those in next. So that's the graphics work. And then at the very end, I mix in some music with their dialogue. So here's the music. And then if I play it together.
As well as how she turns a photo into a work.
And that's it. So I start with the audio. I tell a story, you know, and from beginning to end. Then I'll do a little bit of effect work between the scenes. And then I'll start adding what I call the candy. I'll start adding some graphics. I'll add, you know, an open graphic. I'll add a closed graphic. I'll add, you know, a lower, well, they call this a lower third because it's a lower portion third of your screen that has some information on it. So then I do the graphics work and then it's pretty much complete. Okay. Let's see here. This.
Okay, and I have one question.
Sure.
One of our people on YouTube asked how, or I think it was on the webinar, how does the video and audio get on the timeline?
Oh, great question. So what you can, a couple ways. They have what's called keystrokes. So you can press a key to put the clip on the timeline. So if I were to take some video here, let's just say I'll just randomly pull something up here. Here's some video. And let's just say we're gonna go here. I'm gonna play it. There we go. Will it not play? This might be a bad example. The video might not be online. Okay, let's do this. Let's do it this way. Basically, you can mark an endpoint. Let's real quick. Let's do this. Here's some visuals, staging. Here's a scene. Here's a doll. Let's do this. Here's some spinning work. Okay, so we have this doll here, and she's going to spin like this. So if I want to put this on the timeline, I hit a keystrokes, and on my keyboard, I'm going to hit the B as in boy key. Oh, and real quick, you got to decide what you want. So they're fixing the dolls here, you know, all this stuff. And then here's the point where I'm going to start right on the spin, right like that. So I hit on my keyboard, I hit the I, that's the in, I-N, in. That's my in point of time that I want to begin. And then when I play it, there we go. She spins around. Here's slow-mo. I hit the O key for out. So I have an I for in, an O for out. So now I know how much of it I want to use. This clip might be an hour. I'm only going to use, right here it says 4 seconds, 2 frames. Now I want to put it on my timeline right here. 2 ways to do it. I can drag it right here, click and hold and drag it and put it right there. See that? See how I'm going from here? And I come down here and there's a little block. There it is. And if I back it up, this is the in and the out point. This is the 4 seconds. I'll play it. And there it is. And that's how you put something on a timeline. You can either drag it or you can use a keystroke. And in my case, for my keyboard, it's B as in boy. I hit the B key and there, I can do it like a bunch of times. See that? and I just laid that clip down 12 times all at once.
That's awesome. So Rick, as we're sort of coming to a close,
Sure.
For young people who would be interested in editing, or they have their own, you know, stories and creative ideas that they want to create, are there any apps or ways that they can start editing before they even get into editing with Premiere?
Well, and the answer is yes, absolutely yes. But as a 56-year-old editor from Chicago, I'd have to ask my girls which programs those were. In all seriousness, yes, there's a lot of great apps out there that kids use to get started. the beauty of it is, and so bottom line is, I don't know off the top of my head what those apps might be. Um, just talking to people, they'll find out what the apps are. The best part of this whole, what I'm trying to say is that regardless if it's a free app that you download or it's this program that I'm currently working on, that young people do work on this program in high school. That I do know. And certainly in college, but even at the high school level, they will use Premiere Pro. But even before high school, middle school, even grade school, on the apps, the process is the same. The technique, the technical part of it, hitting the B keyword, that might be different. The timeline might look different, but you will have a playhead that has, that you can move for time, and you'll have the ability to lay down clips. You mark an I for in, an O for out, and you pick which part of time you want off a clip, and then put it in a timeline, and then add another one, then add another one, then add another one to tell your story, and then add a transition between them to make it look a little cooler. The process is this. The idea of the process is all the same, whether it's an app or it's an advanced program.
Well, I encourage all the young ladies to look into it. And if you guys know some of the apps that you're using, post that and type that in so some of the other young ladies can sort of research and start using them as well. I think what you have shared today has been such a great wealth of knowledge. And I think we hope to make sure we bring you back and certainly continue introducing editing to some of the Girls Place girls.
Yep.
And I thank you again. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. And I will say this, and if anybody has a question and you guys get the question, pass it my way. I would be happy to answer the question. Okay. So even after we hang up today, if someone wants to post a question and ask a question, I'll be happy to answer any question that comes your way.
And we will make sure that we forward those to you. Well, thank you again for
You're
today.
Welcome.
This has
You're welcome.
really been
I enjoyed it. I really enjoyed
and
it. Yeah.
We invite you again to come back anytime.
We'd love to do it.
So we're about to go into another quick break for about 30 minutes. But when we come back, we're going to Malcolm X College to go through a virtual field trip of their hospital simulator. It is spectacular. So we hope you guys come back with us in about 30 minutes. Look to see you then. Welcome back. This has been a great time.
It has been amazing. It has been amazing. And I was just looking at our mission statement and how it's capturing all of those things. It's just an awesome thing to see come to fruition.
Yeah, so we have one more session that we are about to go into, which is our last virtual field trip. So,
Well, you're in for a treat because we are about to go on a simulation of what it is to be involved with medicine and the sciences. And so we've been experiencing technology and a number of things today, but we have the amazing Crystal Martin as our guide today. And we're going to learn a lot about what it takes to do that. So many thanks to Malcolm X College for allowing the Girls Play Chicago to be with them today. Take it away, Crystal.
Hi, everybody. I'm Crystal, and I'm here with Alea and Myra. We're going to go into the, what is it, the virtual hospital? The simulated hospital. Come on, follow us.
Good afternoon. How are you? Welcome to Malcolm X Virtual Hospital. Come on in, guys. And because of COVID-19, it requires that you must put on your gloves. So here's a large size for you, miss. This is a small size. Okay. How about you? Okay. Okay, it's good. So I'm so glad that you're able to come today.
Yeah, we are too. We're so excited.
Yeah, so we are, one of the top the virtual hospital. Because you heard about hospital, what's a virtual? Well, matter of fact, all our patients are robots.
Oh,
they
wow.
are high fidelity simulators. The robot able to do things just like you would do at the hospital. Our robot able to cry, able to give birth, real birth, just like real mom doing job out there. Our robot able to do anything that we want to teach our learner how to work with this kind of simulator before they approach and work with real patients. So what come out with that? More clinical competence. Any mistake? Give it to the robot. So they learn good technique, good practice, and then they take that to work at the hospital. And that's what we've been doing here. So we have over 20-some healthcare nursing program, and most of our students, they come up here. When they come up here, walk through just like you did, we treat them like healthcare professionals because we know where they are in the program, and we want them to show us what they're able to accomplish based on that scenario. So what scenario we're able to do here? We're able to do all communication with giving birth scenario, like nuclear what around, mom could have a heart attack during delivery, emotional distress, bridge number of other communication. We also had a simulator about your side, young lady, yes? So you're going to work with her today, all right? We also had a simulator that talked to you. You can work with him today. He waiting for you. Are you ready?
Do you guys know what a simulator is?
Okay.
What do you think a simulator is? You heard them talk about what we're going to do in here today. So.
Okay, so I can explain that to you. Simulator is a mannequin. It's a mechanical device, wrap around, with skin, make it look so much alive like human. But really inside a bunch of computer. It has several computers, control the eye, the mouth movement, the heart, all different kind of that make it so real, just like human. Okay, in the old day we don't have that. Nowadays with this technology, we have it. You guys watch movie called Transformer, right?
Yeah.
You like Bumblebee, right? Our robot even cooler than that.
Cooler than Bumblebee?
Yeah,
Wow.
so you're going to see that, all right?
Okay.
So at Malcolm X, we're capable of doing the entire life spectrum simulation, simulation. That means from beginning of flight. Sometimes I even tell our learner that we do more than a circle of life. They look at me, they say, what do you mean? Well, think about that. Before your mom give birth to you, she could be a patient. She could have any medical complication, right? Mm-hmm. So we work with her to get her ready to be mom, right? And then during the process of, pregnancy and labor delivery, we do all of that. and then we will come in this world, and then that individual go up, get into different state of life. We're able to simulate that, and then you get old and whatever, God forbidden, you departure from this world. We make sure that we handle that properly. We even have the program doing that. We call natural resign. So very much, little bit overlap a whole circle of life. You guys ready to see that?
Wow.
All right, let's go and check it out, right?
Let's go be some doctors.
All right.
So you guys, we're gonna go into the virtual hospital now,
Okay.
and we're gonna see some of the simulated, the robots,
Okay.
so we can learn how to be doctors. Come with us.
All right, yeah. So while we go to the room where life begin, okay?
Okay.
All right. Today she's not going to give birth because we don't want to do, to have a patient giving birth during live stream like this. At virtual hospital, we do care about patient dignity and privacy because labor and delivery is a lot of body part exposed, and we don't want that. But you're able to see, you're able to talk to her right now. You get ready? Let's go check her out, right? All right.
Oh, wow, this is like a real hospital. Look.
Group of people come to visit you today. Come around, guys. Okay.
Come on.
All right. So you can talk to her. Okay. You can record. Give me a second. I'll be back right away. Okay.
Wow.
You can see that.
This looks so cool. Look, her eyes are blinking. You see her eyes? Yeah. And we can see her breathing. So she has a baby in her belly. She's about to push. What did she say? Is it weird? She said something to us. I kind of want to touch her skin. Oh, it's soft. Look, touch it. She's got an ID badge on. Can I push? Oh, she's saying, can she push? I don't know. We need our teacher. Something's happening. I hope a baby doesn't come out. Oh, there's like a uterus or something. Am I supposed to deliver the baby? He left us. I hope that a baby doesn't come out.
All right.
Okay, come back.
Okay. So here's a baby. Would you like to hold a baby? Yeah, why not? Both hands. Okay. This is a real robot. Okay.
Is it gonna move?
This robot able to cry. Okay. It had a vital sign. It had a number of sensors around here, the body. So it's able to detect how much force you exert on the baby. She's able to give birth naturally. Okay. So come in here. You can see her eyes. She have beautiful eyes. Her eye fully dilate. You can palpate her. You can feel her chest raising right now. See that? You can see it, right? Okay. All right. So we're able to think about this. We're able to set up all different kind of communications. But what kind of communication? Well, you know that our nurse, okay, our healthcare provider, one day they have to work in the real environment. Yes. They may deal with all different kind of communication. But we need to teach them that before, let them expose to those environments. Otherwise, they won't know what to do, right? So
Mr. Kevin, this is so, wait, we can't stop laughing because we were so worried.
Yeah.
We didn't know what to do, so we can't stop giggling at it because I thought the baby was going to come out. So I was like,
you get ready for that.
I didn't know you were going to come out with the baby.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can't.
Actually, today she's not popping the baby. All
Oh,
right.
the baby is heavy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 2.7 kilogram.
Oh, wow.
Okay. So during pregnancy, there's a lot of complication happen. It's hard for our students to see that in real setting environment. So we're able to replicate here. 9 months of pregnancy problem, we can do it in 30 minutes. Okay.
Wow.
Let's see. We can do preeclampsia, eclampsia. Those are medical conditions right there. We can also do breech. We can do shoulder necrosia.
Yeah.
You can do nuchal wraparound. Baby came out and rocks on the vital side, so they have to stay for like a baby.
Yeah.
And that's really, really cool for our learner. They like it. We also able to do some interdisciplinary, that means multiple disciplines come together. For example, let me give you scenario, right? So she went to the hospital, and for one day, stay at the hospital, but had no contraction. So finally they decide to go home, right? And then in the middle of the night, her flu start, coming out. So her husband freaked out, and they call 911. So they come in with the first responder, right? That we had the EMT, EMS program. So we train, our learner how to be in that role. And then they call to the hospital. So we have the student work at the front desk, or or a nurse, doing the administrative task, make the assignment, prepare the team, and then they come in here, and then the complication happen, the nuclear wrap around, when the baby come out, rush the vital site. So they call NATO rapid responding team, they come in, stabilize, and then give back to the nurse. So all of that process, we're able to do it here, just like so real. And then when our learner, they went through all of that, one day when they go out there, they see this have problem, they know what to do or how to do their role properly. Okay, so that's a newborn. Here's a 6-month-old baby. Also high fidelity. When we say high fidelity simulator, these are the simulator fully controlled by a set of computer. So they'll be able to cry, all the vital signs. You can go through just like real human.
Yeah.
And not only that, later I will show you the simulator, able to take real medication like you would.
Wow.
Yes. You guys ready?
We're ready.
Let's go. Let's give the baby.
Is she gonna give birth?
Not today.
No, not today. Okay,
Not
all
today.
right. 'Cause
Yeah.
I thought I was gonna have to do it, Mr. Kevin.
All right. That's all. Okay. We go to my right.
This way?
Yeah. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'll be there.
You guys, that was so funny. I'm totally not cut out to be a doctor, but that is so cool. Do you think you could deliver a baby if it comes out of a robot?
Okay.
A robot baby, maybe.
All right. Let's go. You guys ready? Okay. All right. In here.
The robot knows how to cry though.
All right.
Like
So
actual
thinking that baby going up now. Fast forward 8 years later, right?
Oh, this does look like a hospital.
Okay, come on in, guys. Hey, Molly, we have people come to visit you today.
Hi, Mom.
Are you doing okay, Molly?
Oh, Molly. Oh,
Yeah,
Molly is your
you know
son.
what? Molly, she kind of like, she's tired. But come on and, work with her.
She's here breathing.
Yes, you can put your chest on, put your hand on your chest. Molly, are you okay? Molly.
No. She said no.
Okay. You feel? Come on in. Okay, put your hand right here. And feel gently. You feel like her chest racing? Yes. You can even palpate her pulse right here too. Okay. All right. You know what happened to Molly?
What happened?
So Molly had an asthma.
Oh.
Asthma happen commonly,
Mhm.
right? So Molly stay at home with babysitter. Mom and dad went to work in early morning, and 2 hours later, she start having asthma. The babysitter really worried, and they call 911, right?
Okay.
So end up in here, and that's what our learner going to treat her. For this scenario, we have a number of states, but let me tell you about learning objective. What our students going to get out of this. Because we purposely set up Molly that after the treatment, the first 2 stages of the treatment, she stabilize, she recover. And then they want to go home, so they discharge. But 6 hours later, she had another severe asthma kicked in. So they come back again.
Yeah.
Now, what our learner going to do is that because being a nurse, you cannot stay at the hospital all the time. You work on different shifts. So we teach them make sure that they document what's going on. So that the second team work with Molly, they know what's going on, right? Okay. It turned out that they did not follow with the order because the doctor asked for the blood test, but they didn't complete it. So now they have to check out what causing the problem. And Molly, she had a cat. So that cat is the one that causing the problem, it's one of the trigger. So the doctor want to put the cat away for at least 180 days to follow up the treatment. Molly say, no, cat is my body. You know, you cannot take away. So our learner have to learn how to communicate, overcome that problem, talk to Molly's mom to convince Molly so that they can follow up the treatment. Not only that, Molly's mom had a language barrier. So now how they overcome all of that, we put together, not only provide the treatment, the communication, the documentation, the educational services, and then overcome all the problems. So it's come out, our learner, they have good bundle of learning objective that we put together for them.
Sounds cool. How do we take her pulse?
So you can feel, let me take you to the other simulator where I set up already so you can feel it better. Okay. You guys ready?
Cool. Would you guys give up your cat if you couldn't breathe? You guys have a cat.
You would sometimes, right? I think say you would not, but you know, it's how the situation.
But if you were like, well, can't
All right. Okay. So before we go here, you want to see the baby inside the mom's belly?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. Okay. You ready? All right. Come on then. Okay. So, oh wow. Right. So this is our ultrasound system. Right. Thinking like this. So we just went to Paula room, right? Well, you know, she was in there waiting to, you know, giving birth her baby. Yeah. Okay. She could have some complication. So the doctor ordered the ultrasound to see where's the baby or something like that, right? So would you like to come over? I'll help you, miss. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay.
He's gonna show you how to hold it tightly.
Okay, hold it. I'm not going to touch your skin. Okay, so you put right here.
Oh wow.
You see that? You see the baby?
Oh,
Let's
you see
see.
the baby's. I see the baby's feet.
Yeah. So give me. Okay, let's shoot it. Oh, you see that?
Oh, look at the baby.
Okay, you see that? Okay, let me show you the umbilical cord. You see it right here? Okay, let me. You see that? Okay, that all the nutrition, you know, from mom to the baby.
Yeah.
So thinking like this, you should love your mom more because while she was having you, she must take care of her body because if she eat wrong food, that food goes to your body as well, right? So.
Oh, is that the baby's back?
Yeah, this is the back. So that's it. Okay. So.
It's so tight in there.
Yeah. Okay, so let me slow down. You see baby face? Okay, so thinking like this. We could set the scenario for Paula back there. She ready, but the baby not turn to the downward. Yeah. If the baby not turn to the downward position, it's a very hard for mom to give birth naturally, right? Sometimes they do C-section if complication. But if mom, you know, already has C-section before and they don't want that kind of complication, then our learner have to learn how to deal with that. So sometimes we set up the scenario where we make sure that our learner have to go through, order the ultrasound, and carry out the massage technique to maneuver, see if they're able to move the baby around. Well, you know, not all the time they're able to do it, but if our learning objective to make sure that they learn how to do the massage, and if they do it correctly, while they walk out here, I quickly program them to make the baby turn so that they do the ultrasound again. They say, oh, it works. So they're ready to go back there and deliver the baby.
Wow.
You see the connection right there?
Yeah, that's
All right.
cool.
That's really good, right?
These are not like the baby
Anyone
dolls
of
you
you
have.
want to check it
You wanna
out?
check the baby out?
Yeah.
What part are you at? You might have to press a little bit. There you go.
Yeah, you have to maneuver.
Oh, there's the baby's head.
Yeah.
Wow,
It's really cool, huh?
that's very cool.
All right. You want to try it, young lady?
Andrew?
All right, really good. I see future doctor right there.
Yeah, she said she wanted to be a nurse.
Okay. Maybe doctor,
you
nurse,
go.
practitioner.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
Okay. All right. Let's go to see more. Okay. So over here, this is our hobby. Okay. Hobby really cool. we use 5V to teach our learner everything about heart palpitation. That means you can hear the sound of the heart, and from there you're able to tell whether the heart sound is a normal or abnormal. Okay, just like when you go to see your doctor, you complain that you had a chest pain, you feel dizzy, short of breath, something like that. The doctor will listen, right? So something our learner will learn to detect, whether you have heart murmur or other symptoms, so on and so forth. Okay, all right. So I set up the patient already. You're going to work with me. Are you guys ready? Yes?
Okay.
All right, let's go.
Gonna walk like this on the movie.
Knock. Rami, we're going to have a group of people visits you today. Come on in, guys. All right, good. Okay, so come on in. All right, and then give me 1 second, 30 seconds, okay? And then I'll be back right away, okay? Ready?
All right.
Okay.
I hope I'm not gonna have to deliver a baby.
No, you don't take care of it.
So this is cool. Do you guys think you could do this? Here's the thing, our conference has been talking about careers in STEM. So science, technology, engineering, actually it's STEAM, arts and math. So you could potentially be the person who.
Hello, my name is Rami.
Oh, sorry.
How are you? Welcome to Malcolm X Virtual Hospital. I am Simon3G, one of the Laerdal family members. Would you like me to tell you some of the things I can do?
Yes.
Sure, Rami, go ahead.
Learn about me. Go ahead and feel my carotid pulse.
Okay, all right. Yeah, so come on in. Okay, you guys going to work with me. So first, do you know where's a carotid pulse? Okay, well, so they are here on both sides. Okay, so you're going to check on the other side and you're going to check it here. So you put out your finger like this, and then I'll help you to detect it. Okay, you ready? You can do both sides. You can do the other side too. And when you feel it, it has stopped moving. See that? You see the head stop moving? And you feel it tapping again your finger, right?
Yeah, come on this
You
side.
can do a head-to-toe assessment on me. My pupils dilate. I can cry with real tears, but don't make me.
Oh, we're
If I'm
not.
hurt, I will bleed.
Okay.
I have real vital signs: heart sound, lung sound, bowel sound, and palpable pulses. Go ahead and take a couple minutes to oscillate for all my different sounds. When you're ready to move on, go ahead and feel my left brachial pulse.
Okay, and he said that his people also dilate, right? Okay, you want to see that? Just like remember when you went to the doctor office, and then the doctor say, look at the pen light, and then look at the eye, right? You do the same. You ready? Come in here. Check it out. Okay, so right now you see his pupil, the dark spot getting smaller. Yeah, look at that. It's very small, right? The moment I move this away, it gets bigger. So what it does that you just want to detect to see if anything wrong with his brain or things like that. Okay, all right. So the way it works is that you must like go through the pupil getting smaller to reduce the amount of light getting. Okay, and when we move that away, the pupil getting bigger. So you always have enough light to see the object better. All right. And then you can also do the manual blood pressure on him, but we're not going to do that today. We wait for you to get into our program, and then you can take his blood pressure. All right? Okay. I'll let you check out his carotid pulse. You ready, miss?
Two fingers?
Yeah, 2 fingers. Okay. All right, and then we're going to put right here.
Oh, look at that. He's shaking.
You feel it?
Why is he shaking?
Hello, I think I'm having
You
a
don't
seizure.
feel it? Oh, he's having a seizure.
Someone please make that monitor quiet. Please silence the alarm on the
Oh,
monitor. Thank you. That's so much better.
Okay.
As you can see,
Did it
you
scare
can
you?
interact with my monitor. It's a
You
touchscreen
also
monitor.
have the blue lip right here. Did you
When
see?
you're done looking at the monitor,
Yeah.
go ahead and feel both my right and left femoral pulses.
He does bite. He has tongue swollen and everything just like human. So sometimes I program if they touch it right here, with their finger, he bite. You're not supposed to do that. They have a little, wood strip that they can, test, but so he does react to some event or some, action that the learner interact with. Right? So let me let me put this one up. Here's a chew pole right here. Would you like to touch? Yeah? Okay. You can touch on the other side.
It's just like
You feel it tapping, and that's stuff.
I want to let you know about my right IV arm. I have an IV there already. You can give me medications and I'll respond just like you would. I look forward to being your patient. Please treat me with dignity and use gloves when you touch me.
So
thank you, and remember to learn and have fun.
So he said that he able to take medication like you would. But we know that this is a robot. And if you give the medication like this to him, it works. So a lot of people, and a lot of our students and other people ask me, how would it? I mean, how could it work, right? So we use something very advanced technology when we prepare the medication. We have a very tiny computer chip, and that's the RFID chip, radio frequency identification chip. It's a small. So we put underneath of the label, and we prepare a bunch of medication. Each of the chip, it has special number in there that already put in the database, mapped into the medication name and the medication strength. It just needs to know how much you inject or you give to the patient. So when they print the medication flow to here, inside of this, it has special antenna. So it will make the chip respond. So his body know right away what medication name you're going to give and the medication strength. Inside, when you do the IV push, there is a flow meter inside. So it detect, it's able to detect, okay, this is how much you push to 1 minute. And from there, the software will calculate and tell him act and behave exactly just like human. To our learner, they don't know the technical behind that, but they know that if they carry out the proper procedure, they expect to have a good outcome. And it's on their side, it's on their favor if they carry out the procedure correctly. And it's really good for our learner when they learn how to do medication administration, so on and so forth. Sometimes they could make a mistake, overdose on the dose, and they see that it does take effect on the patient. Any question?
Well, I have a question.
Yes.
How did you get into this career field?
Right. So, it's a little bit long story. So my background is computer engineering. About 14 years ago, it's kind of like a big trend where they they use this high fidelity simulator at the patient, and one of the school that I work with, they spend almost $1 million to purchase this simulator and other things, but they couldn't get it up and run. So they asked me to come to help them out, and it's kind of hard. I had a technical background, but not medical background enough to understand it. So they sent me out for training for 2 days. So from the medical side, it was quite challenging for me, but from the technical side, basically how to operate this equipment, it kind of clicked on me. So they give me a big thick book like this. They call the guide. I went back home, I took that technical training, and then I go through and I able to operate from the basis. And then I work with the nursing faculty. So we kind of like help each other, okay? And then they able to come up with the idea, and ask me slowly program. And I was able to do that, and finally, can pick it up, and it really helped our learner. We have a lot of students who graduate from our program. They give us very positive feedback. Here's some of the feedback I share with you. When they take the national exam to get the license, they told us that the more simulation that they expose, it helped them prepare the test better because they're able to see bigger picture and connect the missing dots. So a lot of students say that. That go to either nursing or health science, you have a lot of material that your teacher gives to you. Sometimes it becomes too abstract, But if you go through all of this, you see the cardiac rhythm, you see the sound, the sound for the patient, the whole process. It helps your brain to retain that information. And then something you're not sure, you're able to reconstruct the scenario that you exposed to. You're able to the right answer quickly. So we see a lot of benefit. And it's a good gift to community, to our learner that we have this technology to teach our learner. Because what come out with this? Good technique to solve human problems. Stay with me. They could kill the patient. They could kill this robot over and over again, and I just reset up. No complaint from him, right? You know, they could perform the CPR incorrectly, but then they learn. You know, with the software right here, we're able to detect whether our learner performed the CPR correctly or not, and that's a very important. And as you can see that, you know, it just racing right now. So to us, this simulator, this equipment right here, it's really valuable for our learner.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we have faculty, they told us that it's not quite back then when they were in school, none of this, you know, were around. And nowadays we have it. So our faculty really improve and they love to use this technology to test some concept or clarify certain concept that you have for the student to understand. Take the student up here, go to, and then they get it on the right away. Okay. Any other question?
No, are we seeing something else?
Yes,
Where
we
we
have
going? Okay.
more.
We're excited to see it. We see a little baby over here.
Yeah, so this one we set up family. Sometimes we do the culture issue language barrier. Sometimes we create scenario like this. We have medical emergency lane at O'Hare. The patient was on route to other country, had no family around. Come in here, had a language barrier. So then we have to assign, you know, our nurse come in here and see how they overcome of that problem. That's number one. Number two, later we had a male nurse come in and work with the patient, and the patient denied of his services because to her belief in her culture that she doesn't want to be served by a stranger male, right? So, you know, and then, so we want to see how our learner going to deal with that and so on and so forth with this and handle all of that. And we do all different kind of problems.
Cool.
Yeah. Cool. Okay, let's go more. So this is the same concept like the other room we don't have to go to. You know, it's just kind of like the same. We use 2 rooms. Sometimes we have big group of learners coming, so we can do 2 simulations at the same time. Come on in. Okay. So we have a patient waiting to be served. All right.
There's a patient in the hallway.
Let's see. Okay, I'll let you do this. Come in. So we need to go to the OR and we need to wash our hand, right? As soon as we are surgeon. Yes? Okay. So we the water come in. You can do on the other side. And we just, of course, you know, we're not wash with the glove that the I don't want to, you know, wet the glove. All right, you want to give it a try?
Come on, Leah, let's watch ours. So we just tap this thing that's in water. You go over there with our knee. Ready? Put your knee on there. 1, 2, 3.
There you go. Good job. Okay, and then you give it one more kick and then, you know.
One more kick.
All right. And then you can pull out the teeth and take a shower. See, you feel like you're a surgeon doctor today? Ready?
Right here, Leah. Oh, wow. Is this the room for surgery?
Yes, yes, exactly. All right, good. So, you know where we are? Okay, we're in the OR room. So sometimes, you know, we cannot work outside, right? Then, you know, if we need to fix something inside, and that's an OR, yes? Okay. we have, we have surgical tech program. We have some other program as well. So right now, this is just a mannequin. It kind of like low fidelity, but let's see if we have high fidelity simulator. I mean, if we want to test out, our students know how to stitch the wound together, or maybe, remove the appendage, work with the surgeon, set up the instrument and have different role, or maybe the patient who have a placket, they need to go to the cath lab, so on and so forth. Then we can set up that scenario as well. All of this machine are working. So remember, we just stopped, by the room over there where we had a high fidelity simulator. If we brought him here and we connect all of that, it will come alive, just like real. And then all of this, all of this machine will work together, and then we will have a respiratory specialist, we will have the nurse, we will have the surgeon, and so on and so forth, and work on the patient. Good? You guys want to be part of the team? Yes, right? Okay. Any other question for me?
No.
No? Wow, it's really cool. We have a lot of instruments, but we have to put away. Yeah.
What's the back right there?
Which one?
This black one.
Yeah, so that's one, I think it's connected to the light scope. Yeah. Yes, so you can see it right here. Okay. All right. All of this, so we set it up real just like at the hospital environment where our learners come in, they learn where they're going to stay and so on and so forth.
We do have viewers, so maybe they have questions. We don't have any questions right now, but okay.
If they had a question, I'll be around.
All right, cool.
Yeah. So let me show you this one for you. Okay. So after the scenario, that means after the treatment, we normally take our learner here. Let me show it to you how it works. Because right now COVID-19, so we have to do practice social distance. Otherwise, they sit down. The instructor will go to scenario, allow the student to provide feedback, and that's a very important. Because not only that, you learn to do the hand-on, but you're able to feedback. What else could you do better, given scenario, or verify something that you wasn't sure when you weren't there, right? And sometimes we also confirm, with other faculty or doctor. So we try to create an environment where they see it like real, just like the working setting environment at the hospital.
Mike, come show our viewers this view real quick.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Where the college is right across the street from United Center.
Yeah, United Center on the other side.
Yeah. With the perfect view of the Willis
And
Tower.
that's a
I call it
Blackhawk
Sears.
right there.
This is the Blackhawk Stadium. Okay, cool. And Rush Hospital. So Kevin, your students, I know that when the school changes its focus to healthcare, or to have a specialization in healthcare, you guys have a partnership with Rush Hospital, right?
Yeah, so our students do the clinical at different hospital. Technically, our students go to every single hospital in here.
Yeah.
And many hospital partners, they love our virtual hospital. They come out here, they check to see what we've been doing, and they really, really like it.
Yeah.
Many of them post that we keep sending our learners to their hospital doing the clinical, and many of them want to have their staff come over and get special training from us as well.
Oh, wow.
For basically, like we do the cardiac arrest, you go through all the procedure, just like you would do at the real hospital, so on and so forth.
Cool.
Yeah. Any other question?
It's very convenient that you guys are right next to the medical district.
Yes, right there, and you
Medical
can take the
district right across
train.
the street.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so
Let
it
me
looks
take-
like we have a question, Kevin. Someone is asking,
Mhm.
what is the earliest someone can start in this program? So what age?
Wow, that's good. Okay, so that's okay. Let me share with you something real quick. We do have special program. Please check out some kind of scholarship. They have some initiative. You can start out like high school. We also have the summer program. Come in here. We teach you different level of the program that we have kind of prepare you, for getting into our program. But if you really want to get into our program, just like our regular learner, then you must finish high school. Now, a few things I share with you. Maybe walk around with me, and then I'll share more for you. And then I will finish up with that question right there. I have you to understand it because I have a little more to show you. Okay. And then give you a little bit inside of our program.
What's happening down here? I see flashing lights.
All right. So right now we just took out a patient.
Oh wow, look at this.
Yeah, but normally the patient would be in there. Come on in, you guys can sit inside.
You can go up. It's an ambulance.
Yes, come on in. Okay. All right, let's sit inside.
Go.
Yeah, you can go inside too.
Okay, let me see if I can get up there. It's high.
Okay, let me come in.
Patient. Oh no, is this?
Yeah, you can sit right there. All right. So you can be a team leader. You can come in. Normally we have the high fidelity simulator here. He just like real patient, right? We could have a scenario that the patient get hit by a car or collapse on the street or whatever, right? And we create a scenario where you see the light flashing, you hear, the street noise, and sometimes even the patient curse too, because the patient hurting, or maybe sometimes the patient pass out, the patient crying. We do everything like real. But what good come out is that our learner, they learn where they're going to take the position, how they interact with the patient, how they communicate, how they check the vital sign, and so on and so forth, and what they have to do. We do all of that, prepare them when they go to the real field, and they work with their preceptor. Wow. It's really cool. This is a real scale.
Have you guys ever been in an ambulance before?
Well, this is the first
Never.
Yeah, and then we have so many cameras because we can only fit like 4 or 5, learner in here. But typically our class about 25 learners. So the rest they can stay outside. We can stream.
And they can watch it. Okay, that's cool.
All right, let's go to the other room, and then I would like to finish up with the question that they have for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Be very careful. Hold on. Hold on to the wall.
Come on in. You know where we are?
What is this?
This is a home care environment.
Oh, wow.
It's just like an apartment. We have food, we have a shower, we have a patient, we have, the cooking stove, the microwave, I mean, you name it, the refrigerator. They're all real. But this is a very important nowadays because, people, they don't like to stay in the hospital.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So we prepare our learner. We prepare different disciplines. But let's see if, we also have the PCT, patient care tech, PTA, nursing, respiratory, so on and so forth. This is a very good, become a big demand right now in the field, right? We can prepare our learner so that they graduate, they get the license, they could work at the hospital, and they could also work for the agency. For example, maybe, your grandparents, they had a house. They want to live, by themselves. They don't like to stay at the hospital. They could have some problem, but then the nurse will go to their house, right? Check it out, and then report to the doctor to see if they take the medication properly, if their vital sign, if any complication happens. So they do that, and that's a big demand right now out there. Now, to share with you a little bit, our program are 2.5 years for the nursing and some other program. We have a 6-month program to 2.5 year program. It's really, really good. Consider this is the best for community. Why? 3.0, you get free scholarship. So that means just finish high school, right? 3.0, you don't have to pay.
Mm-hmm.
You get And we get some scholarship too. You know, that even give you extra money, right? 2.5 years, you make good professional career for your life, making good of money. And let me share with you this story that I have seen. I've been in this field roughly about 16.5 years, okay? And I have seen a lot of people changing career, you know, they get laid off and so on and so forth. And they work really hard, you know, for themselves. Within 2.5 years, they come back and they able to bring back everything. What I mean, everything like that. I've seen students that get laid off, you know, the house get taken away, have only the car, live inside a car, you know, at the moment. It's tough, right? And then, you know, fast forward, you know, few years later, I saw him and he said, Kevin, I'm happy now. Because, you know, I used to talk to that student when he was in school. He told me that he worked a day and a half, you know, in the ER or ICU, because usually you work 24-hour shift, you know, 22 to 24 hours because you need to pray. And then after that, you have 1 day off, you come back, you work for another 12 hours. That come out about 36. That consider one job right there, right? Okay. And then in the weekend, you work for the agency, just like the, you know, home care visiting nurse and so on and so forth. Pick up another one, and it stack up from $55 to $125, depending on your terms right there. So you do the math for me, and that's only 2.5 or 3 years. Most of other program take 4 years. Yeah. What we hear, we only had 2.5 years. It's just too good to be true, and that's why I want to follow up, you know, to the question that somebody asked before. This is a good investment, you know. You look at the time, the community, the environment, the dedication, the passion that we have for our learner here, because we believe, here's what we believe. If we train you become a good healthcare provider, it directly benefits to me and to the community. Why? Because myself and my parents been taken care of by our learner. You know, I saw them and they really happy. You know, they say, hey, Kevin, you know, your dogs have the same symptom like you used to simulate to us, you know, things like that. But now they are in the real working professional environment. You feel like it really rewards you. You saw that students coming, struggling, they learn, they prepare, and now they work there after professional to take care of your family. I think that really rewards me. Yeah. And it's the same. You know, I believe that many of our learners have been taking care of your family or your loved one, because we graduate so many learners who work in the community in Chicago, in the state, and in other countries as well.
Wow.
Any other question?
So we were asking what age would you be starting in this program? So this is a college.
Yeah, it's a college. So technically, if you want to get into our program and get the license, you have to finish high school. So I assume that, you know, 18, okay? But we do have some other initiative program. You know, we partner with other university as well, okay? And you can start early, like freshman. We do have a summer enriched program, okay? And some other program that really help out. And I highly recommend that. You know, you join that. That's where you have a community support you, and you stay focused. You just get right into it. And not only that, we partner with other university, so you have smooth transition. And only 2.5 years make it living, right? You work for a year or two, and then I say, okay, it's time for me to step up. I want to be a doctor. I want to be a surgeon. I want to be a doctor, nurse, and practitioner. You can be whatever. You know, it's open for you, and we're here to support you.
So how can you sign up?
How can you sign up? Okay. You can email me. I pass information to you, you know, to have right people pass along. Tell me, what grade are you in school right now? You're 8th grade? Good. So, you know, we have all different kind of program. Just email me. I think either you know, or you can contact the president as well, right? And then we send you the information. We send you the right contact, and you go from there.
Well, here's a good thing that 8th graders should be thinking about, Mila. I know that Malcolm X College has a great partnership with Crane Medical Preparatory High School. I used to work there. So
You know that they come here every summer. It's just, only this summer because of COVID-19. Right now, we're not in tech, any. But yes, they come in here. They come in with the uniform. Really cool. They stay focused. They know what to do already. And not only that, because they're in special group, we do more simulation for them as well.
So that's in high school. And I know at Crane, you could start with dual enrollment programs your second semester of your second year. And so that's around 15, 16. They come around and they do the programs with Mr. Kevin and the simulations and all that good stuff. So for an 8th grader who's looking for high school options, if you're thinking about going into medicine, that'd be a great way to
This
start
is
high
a
school.
really great.
Yeah.
Let me share with you. When you get into Malcolm X, you can start out. We have so many pick and choose for you to try out. If you're not sure that medical field for you, try 6 months program, become a farm tech, where you can work, 6 months to a year. We train you, and then you get the license. You can work at CVS or Warren. You see how it works, and then either you can go into the pharmacist, right? Become a pharmacist. And again, get into the pharmacy school, or maybe you say, no, I want to be, Chicago firefighter. There we go, we have it. Or you get into the nurse, We have so many people, all different walk of life. They come in here and they feel like it's reward. You know why? From financial wise, it not cost you a lot. You get good environment, the community, it's everything. And only 2 or 3 years, it really make impact to you and to your family and to community. So, and I have seen all good positive story, and that's why, I would like to share that with you. Any other question?
I have another one. So this little one, how old are you, Alea? 8.
Okay.
So how, as a computer engineer, you were in school, how could somebody who's 8 start to practice science at home or at school? How can they start to prepare for maybe these kind of career fields really early?
Okay, that's good. That's a very good. I used to work with one of the person. We had she in charge into those initiatives where she partner with other university and they intake like at a very early age they put into the STEM field or the medical and so on so forth meet up and we kind of like raising the seed. If you look at it, right? I know that Rush, they have it. They used to work with us, so they bring this young student come in.
Wow.
Send me the email, and then I try to follow up and make the connection.
That's great.
We have all different programs and kind of resource, to support this young, very bright mind, and you are our future.
Yeah.
Right? Because one day we all retire. Somebody have to carry on, right? If not, we all have problems.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
We got about 8 minutes. So
okay. Any question from community or from the viewer? More than happy to share. But other than that, thank you so much for coming. We are here. We welcome all of you coming.
Thank you.
We know that nothing important than our life, our health. When we say our life, that means our health. Because without being healthy, that's it. You're done, right? So you are healthy, then yes, you have everything. But if you don't, then that's hard because so lot our learner they learn that being in this field it directly benefits them. They learn how to take care of themselves and their loved ones, right? Just like being in a mechanic, you know how to take care of your car, right? And you in this field, you know how to take care of yourself, and you take care of your loved one, and you take care of the people at work, and they pay you well, all right? And that's something I would like to share with you. To be in the medical field, in the nursing field, is a good investment for your future, and we're here for you.
Let's ask them some questions, Mr. Kevin. All right, girls. What was your favorite part of the field trip? Think back to all the things we saw from the beginning when I almost delivered the baby to now being at the later stage in life where you may be in a home healthcare situation. What was your favorite part?
I think my favorite part was like figuring out that the robots could have like reactions and stuff, and they had emotions and they can move, so it's helper.
Yeah.
Like it's better to help the learners.
Yeah, sure. What was your favorite part, Alea?
My favorite part was just
Was the what?
was this one.
Why was this your favorite one? Because you got that couch and you could sit down.
Exactly.
Why was this your favorite? You didn't like that little baby you were holding? That baby felt real. No?
Hey, you can connect with me. You know, if you're here, you say, Mr. Kevin, I need to take a nap. Then, you know, I make the room for you, okay?
You just climb on up there, it looks comfy. I think my favorite part was the ultrasounds and being able to see the babies in the mom's stomach. That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But to our learner, it's more than that. They're able to carry out the procedure, the skill, the theory that they learn and put into the real practice. And they're able to relate that to the outcome that they expect. If they follow the procedure correctly, then they say that they're able to see the patient recover. If they're not master and they're not prepared for that, you know, the outcome may not in their favor, but they know that they must learn, right? To become, you know, competent and professional to that. Because we don't want to have a nurse or somebody, you know, working at the hospital don't know what to do, right? And that's our job here. We make sure that our learner graduate, they prepare for the workforce out there and they know what to do.
Yeah, cool. So viewers, what was your favorite part? Feel free to let us know in the chat so we can give Mr. Kevin some feedback. Again, we're at Malcolm X College, which is one of the city colleges of Chicago. They have an amazing partnership with Chicago Public Schools, where you can get the STAR Scholarship. If you have a 3.0 or above GPA, you can go free. You can do all of this stuff free. So instead of having the debt with college, you can come here, you can start here, and then you can figure out where you want to go after you've had contact with these amazing simulators. Another thing we kind of talked about is the partnership with Crane as a high school, where you can begin to get into this environment very early. And of course, your involvement with the Girls Place will keep you connected and rooted in STEAM careers. So this kind of meets a lot of the STEAM careers. There's science, there's technology in here, there's engineering in here.
Right.
Let's see, what would be the arts in here? What would an artist need to do in this space?
Create the
environment.
Yeah, create the environment,
yes.
decorate the environment.
Exactly.
Yeah. What do you think? Let me see. Where else could we have math? Where do we have math in this environment? Think, Alea. Where do we need to use math in here? Not necessarily this room, but in.
I can give you a hint.
Here's a hint.
Okay. Well, let's say you know that at different stage of life, you need to take different amount of medication.
Yeah.
Yes or no? And if you're not good at math, you know what, kind of, you know, a little bit challenge in there because you don't know how to calculate the dose correctly, right? So make sure stay focused with math, reading, writing. We do need that.
I think we might have a question. Oh, no. Okay, so our questions are done. All right, so guys, feel free to check out Malcolm X College on their website. And again, keep connected with the Girls Place so that we can connect with Mr. Kevin to see how we can get you into this environment to do field trips like this, or to even get you enrolled in programs if you have friends or family members who are entering high school or about to graduate. Feel free to pass this information on to as many girls as possible. Do you have lots of girls in your program?
Yes, we do. And not only that, guy, because right now COVID-19, but you know, stay with your, you know, your club, and then we can set up for the real, field trip where you guys can come over and we can do more simulation. All right,
Cool.
and I cannot wait and looking forward to see all of you guys.
All right, guys, thank you so much. This has really, really been fun. Have an amazing day. And if you have work sessions to attend, have fun.
All right, thank you for coming.
Bye.
Good to see you.
Bye. All right, so we can walk on through while they connect. Let's just walk back through the hospital.
Yeah, that's so we can walk out here. So what you guys think?
It's really, really cool. I forgot about the ambulance. That was kind of like my favorite part too.
Yeah.
You
guys have fun?
We had an amazing time.
Sounded like it was amazing.
Wow, that was amazing.
Absolutely incredible. I am just overwhelmed with all of the information.
Absolutely.
We have had 2 incredible days of sharing. And I tell you, one of the things that has been fascinating to me is that there's so much to learn. And so yesterday we focused primarily on areas of creativity and expression and the integration of the various ways that all of the STEAM profiles can be integrated into that. And then today we just move right into science and technology. And I tell you, you guys are just in a position to embrace all of that. And so not only have you received a lot of wonderful information, it's not only been informative, it's been inspiring and it's been empowering.
Yes.
And so we just want to thank those that were with us on yesterday.
Yes.
We want to thank the amazing Kennedy and her mother, Dominique.
Yes.
We want to thank the Jordans for their book, Little Black Pearls for Little Black Girls. We want to thank Geo for all the fun we had, also with creative expression and technology, with the games. We really had fun with that. And our trip to Cameroon, to Africa.
Fabulous.
Well, all of us were able to move it a little bit
tried.
and at least try to do the dances. But we realized that as much as we are different in different parts of the world, we also have a lot in common. So that was amazing. And our guests today, what can we say? Our coders, the Murray sisters, Anyana and Jada, and their amazing mother, Ayana. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank
they
you.
spoke with such
Thank you,
authority
Jada.
about what they know.
Absolutely.
And such an encouragement to other young ladies. And to our editor, Rick Mahal, who actually had all this expertise. And you just don't think that what you're seeing requires all these other elements, but it just showed how all of those things came together. And finally, Malcolm X College, who knew that we had that kind of jewel right here in Chicago?
Yes.
So young ladies, stay connected to the Girls Play Chicago, because we want to see you and we want to continue to grow together and invite you to be a part of us.
Yes, and we want to especially thank the president of Malcolm X College, David Sanders, for allowing us to come in to the facility during this time of COVID, not, being able to do things the way we normally do, but they allowed us to come in there and present it to you today.
Absolutely.
And I'd like to especially thank our supporters, our production teams that have been helping us, Sunrise Video Productions,
Yes.
Lightworks Production Incorporated, Southside Projects Film Production, Impact Studios, and of course, our Girls Place team, Granada and Cleo and Erica and Crystal, and all of our team that have helped us bring our first inaugural summit to you today. We have a lot more that we're going to be presenting. But we're going to continue with the virtual field trips.
Yes.
We will have special projects that we'll be presenting. And so we look forward to you joining us, and we will be presenting a lot of our information, and just log on to our website, because that's where you'll find out what's coming up next, what we'll have in terms of our workshops, what other friendship panel discussions we'll have with some peers that you can ask questions and you may be able to just relate to because of things that you do yourself.
Yes.
So we're again thanking you for joining us today, and we look forward to presenting more exciting STEAM industry events to you in the future. Have a wonderful rest of your day. That was great. It was wonderful. Right?
wonderful.
Yes, I keep doing this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Empowering young girls.
Empowering young girls. Yeah.
thegirlsplaceshy.com and click on membership. If you would like to receive updates on future events or would like to join the Girls Play Chicago, have your parents or guardian log on to our website at thegirlsplaceshy.com and click on membership. If you would like to receive updates on future events or would like to join the Girls Play Chicago, have your parents or guardian log on to our website at thegirlsplaceshy.com and click on membership. If you would like to